The Chair of Finance for Tomorrow. And before I start, I'd like to say that we have a slight change because we have the opportunity to have the Minister of Finance to give us a keynote speech this morning. And with his tight schedule, we've reshuffled a little bit our schedule and our agenda to give him priority. So I'm Thierry Deo, and I would like to welcome you and thank our sponsors for this Climate Finance Days. And with no further ado, I'd like first to introduce Augustin de Romanet, the chairman of Paris Europlace, who will then introduce the minister. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, dear Mr. Minister Bruno Le Maire, dear Thierry Deo, thank you, Thierry, to have been so short to allow us to hear the minister in good time. I will also reshuffle my speech myself to be as short as possible. So I'm very honored to participate to this opening of the Climate Finance Day. And your participation today, you are more than 500, physically means a lot of our mobilization in the development of sustainable finance. We, Paris Europlace, launched this action as soon as the early 2000s with ambitious objectives regarding responsible investment, but also environmental and social finance. Then, we strengthened our action by the COP21 in Paris in 2015 and the launching of our first International Climate Finance Day. It is the 7th today, and then the creation of Finance for Tomorrow. Thierry Deo is chairing a dedicated Paris Europlace branch in 2017. Our main objectives today is that the financial industry contributes to accompany the industrial mutation towards the objective of a carbon neutrality by 2050. I will give you 5 examples. First, today, Paris is the leader in the sustainable bonds market with 37 billion euros issued in 2020. 33% of our assets in France are already managed responsibly with 1,600 billion euros as identified by the French Asset Management Professional Association. And their target is to be at 100% as soon as possible. Regarding insurance companies, less than 0.5% of their investments are still in the coal industry. Dozens of French companies are committed in science-based target initiatives to curb climate warming, while others have taken concrete decisions to preserve biodiversity and promote a more local circular economy. And then, we can also welcome the success of the SRI label, for which Finance for Tomorrow has been selected as a manager, and I would like to congratulate all the team of Finance for Tomorrow to get this mandate. The SRI label is expressed by the record amount of 785 labeled funds, representing more than 600 billion euros assets. And France is a leader in the European sustainable finance label markets, even though its redefinition is necessary to ensure its ambition and the confidence of retail clients. But for sure, it's not enough. So, to conclude, I'm very proud to share that our collective work to develop impact finance will be carried out by Finance for Tomorrow at the COP26 on climate in Glasgow, as well as the Coalition of Investors on the Just Transition, and our ambition for transparency with the Sustainable Finance Observatory. Thierry Deo will explain you that in this speech during this day. Now, I'm very glad to welcome Monsieur Bruno Le Maire, French Minister of the Economy, Finance and the Recovery. Mr. Le Maire, you are at the forefront today of the realization of the French investment plan, as well as of the European new priorities. You are also the Minister of Attractiveness of Paris as an international financial center. well ranked today in the top 10 of the international financial centers. On the road of the COP26 in Glasgow, and the objective of the carbon neutrality in 2050, you have recently declared the Paris Financial Center will be green or will not be. And you are mobilized to fix the roadmap. So we are very honored to welcome you to testify of your commitment and your leadership for accelerate energy transition and to stimulate the stakeholders of this program. Thank you very much. So.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, cher.
Dear Chair, dear Augustin, dear Minister, dear Olivia Grégoire, I'm delighted to see you here.
In English to start my speech, just to make to you a proposal. I think that we should imagine a new name instead of Climate Finance Day. And my proposal would be to adopt Climate Finance Generation, because I think that the fight against climate change is not a matter of days, it is a challenge for a generation. So this would be my proposal to start my speech about the fight against climate change and the ties between finance and climate. As Augustin just said, I'm deeply convinced that either the finance will be a green finance or it will be useless and irrelevant for the 21st century. Le climat, c'est bien le défi d'une génération et même le défi de plusieurs générations.
So finance is the challenge for generation and generations, and this has to be reflected in a major ambition, which is ours. I would like to, and on the occasion of this Climate Finance Day, the RTE report was submitted yesterday. I'd like to share with you my beliefs as Minister of Economy, Finance and Recovery on this matter of climate change and on the choices that are offered to us. Because as opposed to what I hear too often, the Minister of Economy and Finance is not against climate, it is for climate. It is totally committed in combating climate or global warming. Brings back solutions, make decisions, and we take its full share beside the government and the President of the Republic to scale up fight against climate change, as this is also the will of the French government and the French President of the Republic. We have to be consistent. We need to meet immediate challenges that lie before us. So energy is key, and this obviously has caught everybody's attention. The energy prices have surged in the latest weeks. It is linked to an economic restart stronger than expected. The energy price has been multiplied by a factor of 6 on the markets, and the price of electricity by a factor of 3 on the markets. Whilst the oil has jumped 20% for petrol has jumped 20% since start of the year, and this represents a plus 6 cents per liter against the average of 2018-2019, and this terribly damages or negatively impacts many households. So with public with the states and ministers, we've provided a €100 allowance for 6 million households. And the price of electricity will be by January a plus 15%. This will be capped at 4% as announced by Prime Minister. And will provide this €100 allowance for 38 million household French people. And we've So, as has been commented by the opposition, I'd like to tell you why we've decided not to go for reduction in taxes. Because this could have been completely inconsistent in terms of fighting climate change. You don't reduce taxes for products which you want to, when you want to reduce consumption of. You don't lower taxes on the product that is regarded as damaging for the environment and for the planet. This is about consistency, and I believe in consistency when it comes to politics. And say we maybe want to opt for a transitory or a temporary decrease, but seriously, once taxes have been lowered on petrol, and well, I can tell you that what government will decide to increase it, because when it comes to taxing, you lower taxes easily, and it's way more difficult to review taxes upwards. And then when you advocate a G20 before the European organizations, and when it comes to lowering consumptions, if you lower your taxes on periods, the adage goes truth beyond the Pyrenees, not to be south of the Pyrenees. So you can't advocate and combating climate change to have a fair price of CO2, and within our borders you cannot take the opposite stand. Therefore, we need to advocate the approach as proposed in the excellent report of Olivier Blanchard on taxation of CO2, whilst in practice we would take decisions that would be contrary to that. There won't be any consistency in lowering by 20 cents per liter, depriving the state of 10 billion revenues, which we will need in for investment in renewable energies and nuclear. With the President of the Republic and the Prime Minister, we opted for a different avenue. And this is the path of courage and the path of reason. That consists in not lowering taxation and making fossil fuels more attractive, but this strategy is about helping those households in dire straits, the most deprived ones. And this is a path of consistency that's key. The fact of accepting that fossil fuels have a price tag, and that this price tag is high, but let's not get this price paid by those the most disadvantaged households, or the modest households, and not in future years, but in future decades. How can we finance LNG transition, making sure that the most modest households don't foot the bill? How can we make sure that this doesn't impact the most modest households? This is the most difficult political decisions that lies before us. We must now draw long-term conclusions of these energy prices now that we've brought about a short-term response, which will not be sufficient. We need to do this with new political or European policy. I know that European power market has an advantage that everybody is putting forward. Secured supply for all states. This is an important advantage. However, this European market has shortcomings. The cost on gas prices and margin prices when there are peak consumption times or energy tensions on the market. The gas power plants must reopen to supply additional energies which European states need. And immediately the price of power will be aligned to the price of gas production, and hence these power plants which we need to reopen. The electricity is therefore paid for by the consumer. The price of gas across Europe, although we do have an electric power mix in France as well as in other space, so countries like Spain, which is far less costly. So pay for an energy which consumption price that does not reflect the production cost in France. And this, quite frankly, is unacceptable, and we will not continue down this avenue. It is a problem for households for whom the cost of energy is soaring. And once we need to finance renewable energies, and we don't want for households to pay twice for renewable energies, for nuclear plants, as well as for gas plants from the east. This is unacceptable for households. It is impacting companies because they end up putting really high energy bills. That is unacceptable. And I do, here some of the responses from some of the European states. It's like, okay, well, none of your problems when there's an energy crisis are good. The right answer cannot be that. And I'm not at all convinced with the arguments as put forward by European states opposed to the reform of the European energy market. Responding to Europeans that everything is going well when energy prices are soaring, and when the energy market is not to be changed in the way its prices are set, is a bit short of an answer. And I want to drive forward the reform of the European energy market, and I will continue to do so on the occasion of the finance ministers meeting of the Eurozone, of the 27 European states. Where Romania agrees with a number of European states that share our opinion, the European energy market must change, must evolve to take into account the reality of prices, evolving to take into account the necessity of a better equilibrium in the definition of prices. Actually, we call the two proposals we've tabled. Number one, establishing a link between the price tag paid by the consumer and the average cost of production of electricity. And the second one, better regulation of gas stocks. And I confirm these. We need a reform of the European energy market, and we will drive this forward during the French presidency at the European Union. This is the number one long-term solution that I proposed. And I'm here this morning to confirm this. Secondly, which is an original one for the Minister of Finance. I believe I'm one of the French Minister of the Economy and Finance. He has been in power the longest under the Fifth Republic. A topic that is not negotiable for a Minister of Finance is the principle of non-allocation of taxed revenues. Tax incomes. So let us not allocate a tax revenues to automatic expenses, because this impacts our capacity of financing public collective public goods. But we need to make an exemption, I believe, when it comes to climate. And I believe that if dogmas are right, we need to go beyond dogmas when the necessity calls for it. And in that instance, climate justifies for us to go beyond this rule of non-allocation of tax incomes. The energy transition must compel us to rethink these dogmas and to rethink the most established dogmas, and reallocating tax incomes on fossil fuels to the sole funding of a green transition would be a token of transparency and efficiency. If we guarantee our citizens that every euros of tax incomes on petrol, diesel, gas, fuel will be reallocated in full transparency to the very euro to combating climate change, I'm convinced that this will facilitate the financing for energy transition and will make current tax system more efficient. Conversely, I believe that if we do not focus, reorient, redirect, and and fossil fuel when it comes to green energies. And this morning, we need to go beyond. I want to direct these when it comes to combating climate change. It is both efficient, just, and transparent. And the third long-term transition after the European energy market to the reallocation of fossil fuels to combating global warming is the requirement to be much stronger in supporting the most modest households, which are bearing the brunt of climate change and energy transition. And the movement of Yellow Vest was a milestone. It is born of a challenge of fuel prices. We need to recognize this, and we must never forget. And we acted with the best intention in the world, aligning the taxation of diesel on that of petrol and increasing carbon tax to a fast pace. With this a commendable intention, which is about accelerating energy transitions, that France is a leader in this field, except that a million households says, well, we cannot go in that direction. And this voice of anger, this voice of resistance must still resonate in our ears and must lead us to reflect as to the way we support day in, day out, and over time, all those who don't have a choice to use a car to get to work, all those who, despite our support allowances, find it difficult to change cars, those who find it difficult to heat their homes up. And we've laid the first stones of this project. And I think we must be proud of what has starting happening to support the most deprived households, the Renov bonus, the A2 subsidies to change vehicles, bonuses for buying electrical vehicles, and subsidies to buy new boilers, to refurbish boilers. All of these subsidies must be there to support the most disadvantaged households in energy transition. And climate and combating global warming must not lead to political revolutions. And this is our responsibility to hear what happened during the Yellow Vest crisis, to continue bringing about the most efficient responses to those who are telling us you're moving too fast. We have the right. We need to move fast. We need to accelerate to combating climate change. Nobody, I must say, nobody must be left behind. At the end of the day, you understand that the energy transition must lead us to invent a new economic model, and this new economic model must leave no one behind. And beyond the consistency, which I've just mentioned, a second byword is that of clarity. And beyond consistency, when it comes to taxation and when it comes to clarity is that in this immense complexity of energy transition, requiring a lot of work to clearly understand what the challenges are, calls for simplification. At the end of the day, out of the 1,000 challenges that lie before us, and it's a labyrinthine system. We need to have clarity, and this is about electrifying usages. The key challenge that lie ahead for European governments, for governments around the planet, is the massive need for electrification in the coming years. And in my view, this is the main challenge. And I'm saying this as French Minister of Economy and Finance, and as citizens. Electricity will be everywhere. In our cars, on aircrafts, in our iPhones, in 5Gs, in satellites, robotics, domotics, across all of our day-to-day use from dawn to dusk, we will need massively electricity. And the RTE report, which I've just referred to, which is a robust constructive, instructive report provides the various scenarios and tells us that we can shift from an annual electricity consumption of 430 terawatt hours to 635 terawatt per hours by 2025, 50% of increasing electricity consumption. And this is not the most ambitious scenario. There's another scenario that reflects intention of reindustrialization of France, in which the increase will be by 75%, 430 terawatt per hour. Today, 750 terawatt per hour by 2050, 50% increase. And this reflects an increase in the share of industry in the French GDP. And this is the option that suits me, because we're fighting for industry and reindustrialization and industrial recovery. And for industrial independence, I believe in this scenario. I don't believe in the scenario of degrowth, which will trigger an impoverishment of the French and reduction in number of jobs, notably in the industrial sector. So from this observation, let's take stock of what this increase entails. It means a consistent economic line against this ambition so as to secure carbon neutrality by 2050, whilst massively increasing the electricity consumption and power consumption. So first political element of this line of defense, we should not depend on the vagaries and uncertainties of the market. We should not depend on international changes. We need to have the most limited cost for this power evolution, this significant consumption of power in France, supporting the reindustrialization of our country. Second principle, that of diversity. I must tell you, I'm very surprised when I turn on my radio set in the morning, when I switch on TV, when I watch programs, when I read my smartphone, how the landscape has become complicated. People need to systematically oppose, build walls, and disputes, move towards conflicts, to the opposition of political elements that could be complementary. It's not like the old nuclear that would prevail above all, or the 60% renewable that would be non-negotiable against any other forms of production of power. Can come back to the fact that France is a country of equilibrium, a country that has always known to balance out various aspects of the economy. We're an agricultural country, and we also are a major service country, and we can be proud of that. And we remain an industrial nation that, under the aegis of the French President of the Republic, has made a decision to reconquer its country, putting an end to 40 years of industrial relocation, the greatest political or economic scandal. Service, agriculture, and industry. Why could we not quite simply do likewise, going back to this principle of equilibrium that was and has always been a guiding principle in economic terms? Look at what our neighbors have done, and for once, and as you know, I'm keen on Germany, but it is not about imitating German choices when these choices don't yield the expected results. Germany has opted for a brutal change. France has maintained a principle of equilibrium in terms of these energy productions. And the outcome of these, France emits 60 grams of CO2 by kilowatt hour produced, and once Germany emits over 400. And so I think our model is more virtuous than Germany from a climate standpoint. Obviously, I'm very much attached. I'm very close to Germany. Nevertheless, we should not be blind about choosing the same choices as Germany. Energy-wise, I believe in the French principle of equilibrium in energy terms. I think we need to continue rest upon nuclear, renewable, and hydroelectric. I think I want for everybody in this room to propose to say that opposing energy is a nonsense. Opposing energy is pitting ones against the other. It's not pragmatic. This is a mistake for the French, and political responsibility is not about putting ideology everywhere, but about putting solutions every step of the way. This will be my approach in the field of energy, and the findings that I would like to bear in mind in the following on reading this RT report is that we need to accelerate the development of renewable energies whilst accelerating the delivery of the nuclear power. This is the best and the most cost-effective report in the field of energy, and that reflects the French equilibrium. It's not opposing energy, renewable and nuclear, but bringing together renewable energy and nuclear so as for us to be carbon neutral by 2050. And finally, final choice after independence and diversity is that of innovation. France is a great country of innovation. The President of the Republic has made the choice of a massive investment with the Plan France 2030. Innovation is one of the prerequisites of energy efficiency. If we, for instance, want to invest in semiconductors and 2 to 10 nanometer engraving, is that these will consume less power with superior performance. Whilst offering superior performance, hydrogen meanwhile will allow us to accelerate ramping up of cement plants and metal plants so as to for collective usages, as in the example of transport, buses, trains, and I'd like to confirm that we want to be one of the first producers in the world of hydrogen. With groups like Air Liquide or highly performing SMEs, Belty in Belfort, or others, other such projects in Vendée. But to deliver these choices, these energy choices must be supported with clear political ambitions, as clear as these energy choices that I have just described. A nuclear sector must be scaled up again and must shine again. And I want to put in place the University of the Nuclear area in the nuclear sector. As part of the Plan France 2030, we want to invest in developing new nuclear reactor, which is what we've been doing with developing the SMR reactor in the investment plan. Second pillar, the massive development of renewable energy. Reiterating this, I believe in solar, I believe in offshore wind farms, and as these renewable energies produce decarbonized energies, create jobs in the Bassin of Saint-Nazaire in the Atlantic coast, and which is absolutely efficient if we bring this together, if we combine these with continuity of supply provided by nuclear energy. The RT report furthermore established that the cost of 10 billion euros a year is will combine a renewable solution and a balanced solutions between renewable energy and nuclear energy. This proves that a solution driving equilibrium is the best one for France. It is the most efficient. It is the most cost-effective from a financial standpoint. Finally, to validate these choices, I'd like to be as clear as I've been on the European energy market. We need to have a European taxonomy. I'd like to say that to all players here, nuclear has its place along the decarbonized choices that we want to develop on the continent. The European taxonomy must make finances for nuclear possible. So we're expecting from the EU Commission that it recognizes nuclear energy as a decarbonized energy in the taxonomy. We regret the delays in the field, and the commitments have to be delivered, those made from the EU to the French government. We need to be consistent in energy policy. We need clarity. We also need to be ambitious. And first of all, and I'm saying this before this audience of investors here, we need to, when it comes to climate transition, this leads to another fundamental issue. Who is going to foot the bill? And the sum is dizzying. We will need 1,000 billion euros worth of investment in energy in France between now and 2060. Who is going to foot the bill? This is the heaviest investment that France has ever made for a century. So who is going to foot the bill? And might disappoint you, the French state will not pay it all. We need to come up with a balance between public funding and private financing. So the state will foot its share, and obviously this poses the issue of our budget rules and the Pact of Stability and Growth. I don't want to anticipate on the discussions we've opened with the European commissioners, and remarkable work has been done to open discussions on the matter. But I'd like to state that the European Pact of Stability and Growth must take into account the challenges of financing energy transition. The Stability Pact must not be an obstacle to combating global warming, but must allow successive climate transition that all our European citizens are expecting. This financial ambition assumes a significant commitment from the state to the green budget. We've introduced the first green bonds, which have turned France into a leader in this field, and a number of decisions in the field of exports. I'd like to pause for a second on the matter of financing exports and to clarify the position of the French government. We've discontinued all export financing for coal. We've given a scheduling for the discontinuation of oil and gas for between now and 2031 and 2035, respectively. The gas crisis is showing that we need to scale up, to be less depending on, less reliant on gas very quickly. So we're bringing this the next milestones in this field to 2022, and we will stop financing gas projects that we will not rigorously and in all transparent respect the highest international standards. And finally, this financial ambition assumes the commitment from the state. As I recall, the commitment of the state to the Pact of Stability and Growth, there, Augustin de Romanet, it means that the place of Paris commits in the same direction. Paris must be on a par with the Paris Agreement in the field of finance. And today, the Paris financial market is not there yet. Must go further and faster in these directions. I think that indeed a number of players have stopped financing shale gas, tar, oil projects. But that's not enough. You must commit to a trajectory of the a drastic reduction of the carbon-intensive investments. There must be a binding calendar, and there must be a wider reduction. And I think between now and March next, under the French presidency, the Council of the European Union, March next year is in a few months' time. And so we have very little time. I want for us to get better results by then. I've asked the former director of Mondi, Yves Perrier, to carry out a mission to allow Paris to be on a par with the Paris Agreement. When it comes to financing collectively, we must all do more, do better, and do faster. And we must take the opportunity of every international events, and we now take the opportunity of the French presidency at the EU to obtain convincing and ambitious results. I'm saying this because, to wrap up, we all can see that this energy transition creates collective fears that are considerable. And we can say, well, how are we going to follow? Maybe some are wondering, how are we going to manage to bring down global warming fast? Many are asking about technological evolutions, our capacity to build the required technological bricks to bring down CO2 emissions and deliver carbon neutrality between now and 2050. Either we all team up, the states, industries, financial sector, the citizens, or we won't get there, we won't manage that. And I consider that finance, from that standpoint, has a historical responsibility. I'll count on you. This is with our support that will make it happen. It would succeed our energy transition. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Good morning. Hello. Do you hear me? Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Minister, for your. Voilà.
Okay, I think, merci, merci pour le message.
Thank you for the message. I think we've understood by now. Is it okay? You had your 5 minutes. Okay, you can stay, but we could have a discussion. I would invite you to stay. But if you don't stop, then we will leave if you want to have a discussion.
Bon, alors on va recommencer.
Okay, we're going to start this session again. Now that our friends have been able to express themselves and have been able to express their claims.
Bon, alors, moi, je vous ai invité à...
I invited you to stay and participate. If you want to sit down and shut up for the time being, we can continue as civilized people, otherwise we'll have to have you evacuated. It's no way to set a dialogue, to shout, scream, and prevent people from speaking. So if you want to speak about your future, we're ready to listen to you, but not listen to your screaming. And if you continue, we'll have to evacuate you because we've got to be able to continue the discussion between people who want to discuss. If you want to discuss, you take part in the debate.
to tell you a bit more about what ING is doing to combat climate change. First of all, as ING, we recognize that the growing threat to the environment and the potential impact for people all around the world related to climate change. We recognize that the climate crisis has effect on human rights and biodiversity. And we recognize that the climate actions is a business and economic imperative, and that there are both risks and opportunities related to that. We are convinced that we have to continue to come up with solutions, to do everything in our power to drive the transition to the real economy, our clients into a sustainable, low-carbon economy. So as ING, we have developed an integrated approach, and it starts at home, obviously, with our own operations. And now we use 100% of renewable energy, and we have a bigger target to keep doing better. But as a bank, for us, this is really about how our business impacts climate, and how climate impacts our business. So how can we have the biggest impact? And that's clearly through the money we lend to our customers, to our clients. We finance billions of euros of green loans, and we use incentive to help companies to become greener themselves. For an example, we innovate, and in 2017, we started sustainability-linked loans and bonds, where interest rates are linked to the sustainability performance of our clients. We were the first bank to close that kind of transaction in 2017 with Philips, and similarly with EDF in France. And now more and more companies see the benefits of linking your financing to your effort to protect the planet and the people. And this is a way for them to demonstrate that they are on the transition pathway to a more sustainable business model. And we are committed to make our money matter. We have now a book of 600 billion of loans across many sectors, and we put that money to work in order to help fight climate change. We call this strategy Terra. This is our Terra approach. And Terra is using a science-based scenario so as to help us to steer our loan book toward meeting the goal of the Net Zero Banking Alliance, which is to achieve net zero by 2050, the latest. So how does it work? We focus on 9 sectors. The 9 sectors in our loan book that are the most CO2 emitting sectors. So basically this is power generation, fossil fuel, automotive, shipping and aviation, steel, cement, residential mortgage, and commercial real estate. And we measure whether our lending is moving each sector in the direction of net zero emissions. And per sector, we use the most appropriate methodology available, acknowledging that there are many roads to net zero, but in the end, this is really the impact that counts. And most importantly, we finance new technologies that are needed to reach a net zero world. Things like electric batteries, or also new greener ways to make steel. We are working to get other use those approach that are open source, and more banks are continuing to come on board. Is it easy? No. We face many dilemmas, like should we be financing nuclear power plants when many express their concern over operational safety and nuclear waste, and while others consider this is crucial technology if we want to move away from fossil fuel. So we believe that we will achieve a faster and longer lasting change by proactively working with our clients, using our advice, our experience, our influence and financing to help them make the transition to more sustainable business models. So while we say definitely a flat no to certain business, we say very frequently yes, but to others, outlining ambitions, changes that they have to make first, and then helping them, empowering them to make those changes themselves. And we really are driven to have a positive impact on the world rather than having only a positive impact on our portfolio. So I've talked about how we try to make a positive impact of climate change, but the other side of the coin is definitely climate risk. And climate risk can really impact households, businesses, and the macroeconomy at multiple levels, in turn leading to financial risks. As you know, there are physical risks. Think about our book of mortgage, when climate change would cause massive flooding, but there are also transition risks. What will happen to car makers, for instance, who haven't started making electric cars, once those are the only ones that are allowed to be sold. So climate change is bringing really a new dimension to risk, and we all need to be much more aware of that. And we have to be resilient to those risks, which means identify them, understand them better, figure out how likely they are, and learning how to mitigate them. But what is clear is climate change is happening fast, and that is there. But that's not all doom and gloom. And the action we take now have the potential to determine the future course of climate risk according to the latest IPCC reports. So we still have time to limit the worst impact, but we need to move faster, and we are convinced we need to do that together. We all have our part to play, and we call on others to do the same. So company first, they can do this by transitioning their business model. Bank, our peers, need to finance this change and help company to create more value, advising them and supporting and sharing their advice. Governments, we believe also, should direct and guide this change. And the European Green Deal is a big step in that direction. Bringing more clarity is also something that we expect. So I've spoken today as a banker, of course, but also as a colleague, as a friend, but most importantly, as a concerned citizen living on this planet, our home. And I really care that it's warming up, threatening ecosystem, biodiversity, and life in general under its many forms. And I really care about its future. And I feel really inspired to work for ING and to be at the forefront of tackling climate change. I look forward to working with all of you. We have all our part to play for a better climate, a better future, for all of us, for the world, and for the generation to come. And as Bruno Le Maire said this morning, we are the climate finance generation, ultimately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Castelnau, for this testimony on how ING deals with the ecological transition. We move on to the session about just transition. I welcome Pierre-Alix Binet from Finance for Tomorrow, who will moderate this session. I also welcome, please come on stage, welcome Sarah Gordon, Chief Executive Officer at Impact Investing Institute, Sabine Lockman, President of Vigeo Eiris, and Gideon Magara, PPP Legal Officer of the Kenyan National Treasury. Thank you. And Pierre-Alix, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you. What a day. I'm Pierre-Alix Binet. I'm head of strategic development and institutional relations at Finance for Tomorrow, and I will moderate this session. Before introducing my co-panelists, I've been asked to put this session into a little bit of context. I must give you a few words on why we decided to put the just transition at the heart of our agenda and why we decided to organize this session. We strongly believe at Finance for Tomorrow that the climate challenge can be achieved only if made socially acceptable. And very quick, I have a few elements on that. First of all, social and climate challenge are linked, and we are facing these two challenges at the same time. Our societies become much more unequal than in the past. We are facing inequality challenge, and we see already its political and economic consequences. So we are facing social and climate challenge at the same time, and this is a strong argument to link the two. My second element is when you try to address the climate challenge, by definition you have social implications. Several studies, the OECD for example, but we have others, have shown that when you enter into a decarbonization policy, you have a distributive impact that is important. Therefore, we need redistributive policies at the policy level to address the challenge and to make it possible. My third point is when everybody here know the stranded asset in the context of the climate challenge, we will see the progressive emergence of workers, stranded workers, also of sectors stranded. So, meaning by running this kind of policy, we see that some sectors will be affected by it. And also, last but not least, my fourth element, when in case of a very strong social turbulence, when you see the strong social turbulence, the climate challenge will be much more difficult to be achieved. For the transition to be accepted, it must be socially accepted. So we see the just transition as a real challenge, and we need tools to manage it. It was a red line in the 1919 for the Climate Finance Day, and it has been an issue carried out since by the task force led by Jean-Jacques Barberis and with several financial players I see in the room within Finance for Tomorrow. And allow me to say a few words on the coalition, on the Investors for a Just Transition coalition that Finance for Tomorrow had launched next June. This global investor engagement coalition bring together asset owners, asset managers, along with corporates to promote just transition. We engage. We want to engage companies in the field, in the topic of just transition. We will launch a data hub, and we are concluding an academic partnership with the Institut Louis Bachelier, and we will present all that during the COP26. But now, for now, I have a very distinguished panel with me, so thank you very much to be here. We have on the screen Sarah Gordon. Sarah Gordon, you are the Chief Executive of the Impact Investing Institute, which launched in November 2019. Your goal is to accelerate the growth and improve the effectiveness of the impact investment market in the UK, but also internationally. Previously, you worked in fund management in the UK and the US, and you spent 18 years at the Financial Times. Thank you to be here. Again with me, I have the pleasure to have Sabine Lockman. You are the global head of Moody's ESG measures and the president of VE. Under these titles, you steer the VE's development strategy and the evolution of its business model, as well as assuming responsibility for Moody's ESG data, analytics and scores. You are more than welcome. Also with us, Gideon Magara, you represent the Africa Infrastructure Fellowship Program, AIFP, an initiative whose goal is to provide a quality training in PPPs to African civil servants working in the field of infrastructure procurement and delivery. So you are a PPP legal officer at the Kenyan National Treasury, so you are welcome. And last but not least, I wanted to introduce Nick Robbins, but we have Bettina Rainbows. I'm very happy to introduce Bettina. You are Director of Human Rights and Social Issues at the PRI. So since 2016, you are overseeing and providing direction on strategic initiatives on social issues and the development of research, analysis and guidance for investors across topics, including human rights, labor practices, inequality, social dimensions of climate strategies and diversity, to name a few. So thank you very, very much to be with us. And Nick Robbins, we will have Nick Robbins in a concluding keynote at the end of the session. He will join us later because he's hosting a webinar in London on Just Transition. But just to put it in a nutshell, Nick joined the Grantham Research Institute among the London School of Economics in 2018 as professor in practice for sustainable finance, and the focus of his work is on how to mobilize finance for climate action in ways that support a just transition. So, thank you very much. For the first set of questions, we can get right in the debate. Bettina, do you hear me?
Yes.
So as
Hello,
we have
everyone.
just seen in the introduction, just transition is an emerging topic which responds to an essential issue. Relatively early on, the PRI launched the reflection on the concept of just transition. In 2018, they published, you published a guide for investor action that you update several times, and a very aspiring guide. Your main point is to say that investors can make an important contribution as stewards of assets, allocators of capital, and as influential voices in public policy to make sure that the transition produces inclusive and sustainable development. So just a quick question to start. Why should investors care about just transition?
Great, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. So it all started, as you mentioned, back in 2018, where we teamed up with the IRI at Harvard Kennedy School in the US, the Grantham Institute at London School of Economics here in the UK, and also the International Trade Union Confederation, to really come up with action plans for how do we tackle this concept of just transition, which back then was relatively nascent. I mean, it's always been part of the Paris Agreement, but taking this a little bit more into action. And we then developed this investor guide that's intended to be a very practical piece of guide for investors with your asset owners, investment managers, service providers, of how do you really apply this to investors and what role can investors play. So it's since 2018 been translated to both French, Spanish, and Italian. And alongside the guide as well, we launched something we call the Investor Expectation Statement, which has been signed by 163 investors who collectively represent $10 trillion US dollars in assets under management. So quite a big chunk of it. And to your question of why is the just transition an increasing imperative for investors as part of their climate strategies, it's very clear. There's a need to have a strong social component from the get-go, or otherwise we're going to have a lot of issues mitigating and remedying unintended social implications that these commitments will bring along. For example, thinking about kind of negative human rights impacts of renewable energy plans and companies on the communities, or even often the concept that green jobs that are being created aren't necessarily always decent jobs. So it's really the need to bring in that social aspect there. And every investment has either had negative or positive impacts. So this will really help apply that to the climate transition and really understand also the interconnectedness of the two pressing agendas of climate change on one side, but also human rights and the agenda there, which we've also highlighted through our expectations last year, to really see those interconnectedness of those two pressing agendas, and to understand that we need understand which are the stakeholders you need to involve in setting up climate action strategies, both for companies and for investors. You need the need for worker representatives, communities, and consumers to be consulted, and also beneficiaries to have their say, to make sure that everyone is on board. So it's really trying to connect those two dots. And I think that's what the Just Transition Agenda is really doing, is connecting the links across the two to kind of see it much more holistically for institutional investors.
Thank you very much. So, Gideon Magara, one of the central elements of the Just Transition is to consider the particularity of the territories. For example, emerging economic countries face the undeniably huge task to transition their economies to be cleaner and more sustainable. This transition, however, will impact jobs in fossil fuel-based energy production and could, if not considered from a social perspective, negatively impact millions of individuals. The question arises in a certain way for emerging countries that have high levels of poverty and growing unemployment. So if we take the example of Kenya, Kenya is a global player, often leading part in various international discussions linked to the pressing issues of climate change and sustainable development. So how to pursue a just transition in Kenya, but also how to achieve a just transition in emerging economies?
Thank you very much, Pierre. It gives me great pleasure, indeed quite a privilege, to appear in the same panel with very good minds like Sarah, Sabine, Bettina, and I was expecting Professor Robbins, but I understand the impairment. I would like also, in a very special way, just before I proceed with addressing that very singular question, I would like to thank very much all the fellows of the Africa Infrastructure Fellowship Program, on whose honor and privilege that I have the benefit to speak to you before. I'd like to recognize Mr. Thierry Dieu, the president of the Africa Infrastructure Fellowship Program, together with the Global Infrastructure Hub, Meridian, and the World Economic Forum for putting the Africa Infrastructure Fellowship Program together. So straight to your point. Pierre, you have stated the context very correctly. How do we address a just transition in an emerging country like Kenya, which is characterized by massive unemployment? While the fact remains that a country like Kenya, an emerging country, is faced with massive employment, I do not think that a just transition will cause the massive disruption characterized by things like unemployment. And I will explain. So the question that you have raised, Pierre, it's quite fundamental, which is how do we achieve a just transition in an economy like Kenya? I want to, first of all, paint a bit of context and talk about the Kenyan situation. So Kenya ratified the Paris Agreement in 2016, and like most emerging countries in Kenya, it enacted a raft of national climate change action plans, which are deeply anchored in the Kenyan Vision 2030 Blueprint Program, and also aligned to the government's Big Four agenda. The Big Four agenda has 4 key pillars, which is food security, affordable housing, universal health for all, and job creation and manufacturing. It's the last pillar that I want to talk about, and I want to talk about the last pillar of job creation, of course, within the broader context of a just transition. So an offshoot question, therefore, arises, Pierre, from your broader question. How do we address employment within the just transition in a country like Kenya, where there is a massive fear that a just transition will cause unemployment? It is a very fundamental question, and one that you have to look at from the backdrop of the COVID-19 situation, which has brought a lot of economic, social, and health unprecedented crisis. I don't think it's an easy question to address, and even listening to the keynote address today, but I carry with me a very strong message from the fellows of the Africa Infrastructure Fellowship Program. And the message is as follows. To address a just transition, there are key things that need to be addressed. Number one, I think a proper just transition will require time. A proper just transition will require inclusivity, very important. It will require definitely resources, but most importantly, it will require proper planning. So to understand what happens really in emerging economies, one really needs to understand what really happens at the grassroots levels, at the villages, where people barely survive with less than $1 per day. People are faced with massive problems, including dying of diseases that can be easily preventable. People are living in squalid conditions. So to these people, a just transition might not make sense unless you include them in the proper planning of the process. So the proper planning entails as I have said, a massive of things. It requires dialogue. It requires a lot of dialogue with the communities, with the civil society organizations that have massive interface with the communities at the grassroots levels. It requires proper planning and social dialogue with the business communities, and it requires a progressive realization of the just transition. There is never a one-size-fits-all solution. However, engaging the communities in designing the solutions for transitioning to regenerative economies will achieve the greatest achievement. For me, a just transition for all, which puts people and the communities, is central. So the people need the education, and for this education, they need to be empowered and they need the resources. I think it's a good point as I look forward, and as many of us look forward towards COP26, to remind us of the commitments that were made in COP21. We need the 100 billion United States dollars that were committed in COP21 to be disbursed to the emerging economies. It is with that resources that we can achieve a just transition. Thank you very much, Pierre.
Thank you, Gideon. Sarah Gordon, as we can see, the just transition is a key concept emerging all over the world. In fact, the Impact Investing Institute is piloting the work carried out within the framework of the G7 Task Force on the Impact, of which workstream B is working on the formalization of a framework on just transition. So, Sarah Gordon, could you tell us more?
I certainly could, Pierre-Alix, but and first of all, I just wanted to say thank you very much for having me on this panel. It's a great pleasure to be here with Bettina, Gideon and Sabine. And particularly, in fact, with Gideon, because Kenya was the last country that I visited before the pandemic. And I'm extremely sad not to be with you all in person in Paris. I'm sure Bettina shares my regret, but I'm very sorry to be participating only virtually. As you said, Pierre-Alix, the G7 Impact Task Force has a very big focus on the just transition, and it has that focus for a lot of the reasons that Bettina and Gideon have talked about, that without a transition that is just and inclusive, there simply will not be the public backing that's necessary for the huge changes that transition requires. So we really believe that there has to be a far wider embracing and understanding of the just transition concept, because otherwise the transition is simply not going to happen. And I was very interested to hear what Gideon was saying about the factors, the elements that he thinks are so important for a just transition, because they align very closely to what we're doing in the G7 Impact Task Force, where indeed Kenya and a number of sub-Saharan African countries are represented. And that issue about it's not just time, resources, proper planning, as Gideon said, but also critically inclusivity. And we have developed a set of practical tools to help make the just transition real. So that's to help policymakers, whether they're in the G7 or outside the G7, institutional investors, development finance institutions, multilateral development banks. It's really to help provide them with the practical tools that they need, either to integrate a just transition, the just transition concept into their policy making and planning, or as an investor, how you integrate just transition into your investment strategies and approaches and your financing vehicles and the design and implementation of those financing vehicles. And we've really got, the work has been driven by really two core beliefs. And one is that it is only through collaboration that we're going to achieve any kind of transition. It's why it's lovely to be on a stage today, even albeit virtually, with other organisations that are working so hard. We're all working towards the same end. If we don't have more and more of that collaboration between different organisations within countries, but critically across the globe, that transition is not going to happen. And that's why the task force is a good thing, because it's got more than 100 people from a huge variety of countries and organisations represented there. We have to work together. But the second sort of guiding principle really has been that the just transition is not just about climate action, socioeconomic equity and distribution, but also the critical third element is community voice. And that is the involvement and the integration of the people who are affected, whether it's by the transition, by climate change itself, or by the financing vehicles that are being designed. Their voices must be integrated both at the design stage and at the implementation stage for any just transition to actually be inclusive and fair. And one of the things that we're working on is really trying to help policymakers and institutional investors see what does that look like in practice. Because there is, we all know on this panel, and I'm sure in the room in which you all are, that there is a lot of talk, there are pledges, there are commitments. I mean, Gideon referred to the financial commitment that was made at COP21, which has not been fulfilled. So, you know, we are all about, at the Impact Investing Institute, providing practical tools to actually deliver on those commitments. So what does that mean? That means that in December, we will have a set of documents and tools which will, number one, enable policymakers to really integrate that just transition concept with those three legs, those three elements: climate action, socioeconomic equity and distribution, and community voice, into their thinking, into their decision making. We also hope very much that there will be influential action by the governments, which are the shareholders in their development finance institutions, to really embed this concept of the just transition into the mandates of those development finance institutions, so that they are committed not just to using their investment know-how and firepower towards a just transition, but critically to work more effectively with private sector capital, with institutional investment, to mobilise much more capital at scale for a just transition. And finally, to have tools for institutional investors, and those will be blueprints of just transition financing vehicles across a range of asset classes, which really investors will be able to take away, they'll be able to replicate, they'll be able to integrate. Everything that we're doing in this task force is meant to be guiding, encouraging, supporting all these different actors who all have to act. Thanks, Pierre-Alix. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Sabine Lokman, financial players often highlight that the lack of reliable data to put in place just transition strategies. Also, we often hear that one of the key challenges on the just transition is a lack of methodology. On the question of reporting, we see the absence of legislation and standards precisely on this point. What do we have about reporting on the subject of just transition, and how do you address the challenge of just transition data?
Thank you, Pierre-Alix, and joining everyone to not only thanks for the panel which is organized today, but also for that opportunity to face a pretty difficult challenge and to go somewhere beyond the talk, but walk the talk. And I think it's very important and critical that we all gather and unify somewhere our efforts to walk the talk. Perhaps before jumping into my answers, just want to kindly remind everyone that when we're dealing with just transition as ESG agency with Vigeo Eiris, Moody's ESG, we are beyond everything which is related to environmental and climate risk assessment. We do assess social and labor force assessment. And actually, this is something which started almost 25 years ago when Nicole Notta was launching Vigeo Eiris early in 2000, because on the 38 indicators, half of them are related to social communities and labor force. And when we're targeting the just transition framework, actually we've got a third of them. And I just want to give some example because it's a way to share about what does exist and which is also related to what you were saying, Rebecca, because more than ever, what we are using to assess the just transition is what is called a dual materiality, where we are working not only to assess within the corporate how they are dealing with ESG agencies, but ESG risks, sorry, but also outside within the communities, the different relevant stakeholders, how and they are dealing with the ESG risks and assessment. So some criteria we're using to assess that framework, for instance, responsible management of reorganization, because yes, when we'll have to deal with energy transition, huge transformation within business operating model, we'll have to manage, the education, learning, change at the competencies level within the organization, but also to prepare either the new jobs to be put in place, but also how it will impact the people who won't stay in the company because either there is no more job or they are not willing or they can't deal with the new jobs, and how we are going to deal with them in order to equip them to live a new working or a new career outside of the corporation. Everything which is also related to green products and services. So really a social, a very important social criteria. And behind that, we've got also atmospheric emission and how it is dealt with, again, the promotion of the social and economic development and other key, criteria to assess the just transition within ESG evaluation. We have good data today, but we need to have more than good data. We need to have more than average data. Everyone is regularly saying that we don't have, we can't measure social data. It doesn't exist, which is not true. I can tell you that our data scientists, our system, and our analysts, they are analyzing millions of data which are coming through the social criteria in order to support a much more granular, comparable, and transparent data we can provide to investors, but also to development banks, for instance, or even to corporate when they have to deal with that transition at their agenda. I want to say also that even if it isn't science-based, but yes, we do have reference text like the UN guiding principles, which are addressing businesses and human rights. The ILO fundamental principles also, which are broadly addressing, but also with very specific approach, some of the social elements which are super important when we're talking about the just transition. And last but not least, and I guess we were all amazed when we moved through the past 18, 24 months, because of the pandemic, social issues really jumped on the top of the pile, of the boardrooms and pushing or helping the decision makers, but also the governance to better support management and reporting to deal with that critical and strategic objective, which is not to leave anyone out of the growth plan, because we can assess that, yes, there is a growth plan we want to move through, but it has to be inclusive and also to welcome innovative solutions so that as much as we can, and this is our responsibility as decision makers, executive, politician, not to leave anyone out of the road.
So we saw that there are several avenues for an investor to make a positive contribution to a just transition. So investment strategies, engagement, capital allocation, policy dialogues, data strategies. So which ones, Sarah Gordon, do you see as most impactful, and other quick wins that investors should focus on?
I don't think that there is any one single actor out of that group that you mentioned that has a singular responsibility. I think all actors have responsibilities and opportunities. Mark Carney talks about, who is advising, former governor of the Bank of England, and advising the UK government in the run-up to COP, obviously starting next week, that the climate crisis is the greatest commercial opportunity of our time. And in many ways, when you talk about a just transition, it feels quite uncomfortable to talk about the huge commercial opportunities that it presents. But that is the reality. This is about making a future fit, sustainable economy as much as anything else. And to that end, there is a role and an opportunity and a responsibility for all the different actors in that. I mean, of the different groups that you've specified, I mean, we feel that it's incredibly important, particularly for the G7 countries, to, as Gideon pointed out, live up to their responsibilities in terms of transfer of resources to finance a just transition. And I think that that has become even more imperative because of the pandemic and the enormous social inequities and lack of resilience that has highlighted across the globe. But I also think there are great opportunities for institutional investors and for public grant or concessionary capital providers as well. And one of the things that we're really very excited about, and I know that this is something that you at Finance for Tomorrow are also thinking very actively about, is the opportunities for those different capital owners and managers to work together in much more innovative and scalable ways. And I think that that possibility, the possibilities for blended finance solutions in climate and socioeconomic outcomes delivery is really encouraging. What we've seen, I mean, the pandemic has been so terrible for everybody, but what it has done is, I suppose, it's reawakened our recognition of humanity's immense capacity for innovation. And we've actually seen this in the financial world as well as in the health world, that you now have a number of really innovative financing structures where you've got commercial capital providers or managers working with, for example, the World Bank or the World Wildlife Fund or different sort of multilateral or NGO actors working together in financing structures, delivering outcomes which are delivering both a financial return and just transition outcomes. And I think what we need to see is we need to build on the work of those that it's still pioneering, really, build on that work so that we are mobilizing capital at far greater scale than it is currently being mobilized at, because the opportunity set is huge. I mean, we've got the pot of capital available internationally. We're looking at well over $154 trillion. Mobilizing even small amounts, small percentages of that capital more effectively towards a just transition would be extremely effective, extremely impactful. So the work that we're doing within the task force, as I talked about earlier, is all about demonstrating what good looks like, demonstrating best practice, demonstrating things that can be replicated or copied or built on by institutional investors, by emerging market capital providers, by governments in the G7 and outside, and by the multilateral banks and development finance institutions. So I think there are huge opportunities there for quick wins for all those actors.
Thank you very much, Sarah. As we said before, Gideon, you are a member of the IFP. This initiative, whose mandate is to bring together governments and private sector infrastructure professionals, academics, development banks and international organizations, infrastructure experts, to create a network of practitioners. And in this context, investors as multilateral development banks are key players in financing a transition to net zero economies. Facilitating private investments in the context of the just transition is essential. There are many ways in which they can and must contribute to ensuring that this transition is just and that it works towards reducing social and economic inequalities and through regular dialogue with companies. So, from a multilateral development bank, how to address the just transition issues?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. And I think I would like to pick up from where Sarah left, which is talking about the role of MDBs really when it comes to addressing the whole phenomena of a just transition and their very specific role. I think there are very good things to talk about when it comes to the Africa Infrastructure Fellowship Program. And I could talk about many, but key among them is the fact that we've had an opportunity as fellows to interact with practitioners in that masterclass where we are, and we've gotten to learn the role of MDBs specifically when it comes to climate finance, and especially in emerging economies. I think it's important for me to mention very good things that are going on in Africa, for example. I know the World Bank is doing a very good job in Mozambique through their Finance Carbon Partnership Facility to disburse around $50 million by the year 2024 to support reducing of emissions from deforestation. I know in my own country, Kenya, the African Development Bank has stopped financing a very big coal power plant, and I think it's a step in the right direction in addressing the just transition and also climate finance. And while all these good examples are worth pointing out, I think more can and should be done. I think a lot can be done. And one of the things that I see when it comes to the whole collaborating aspect between the private and the public sector is accelerating finance in public-private partnerships by the MDBs. The MDBs need to come out very strongly and support the private sector, supporting the private sector in making sure that there are proper incentives for the private sector to build resilient and green infrastructures. It's also an opportunity for MDBs to proactively engage the civil society organizations in formulating environmental policies for a just transition towards a cleaner, renewable path. The other thing that is very challenging, and I would like to talk from experience working in the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate of the Ministry of Finance in Kenya, is there's a lot of hardships when it comes to project preparatory, and especially right now with the whole emerging thing of ESGs. I think it's very important for MDBs to assist public authorities in the preparatory work and to make sure, and in project preparation, just to make sure that preparatory work indeed addresses the climate impact of every project. And also, there is a felt need for the MDBs to assist public authorities when it comes to enacting very robust legal and regulatory frameworks, and not just assisting with the financing, but also assisting with the technical expertise and assisting with capacity building.
Okay, thank you very much. I get the opportunity to say that we will organize a side event during the COP26 Finance for Tomorrow. We'll organize a side event on just transition and the role of development, multilateral development bank and just transition on the 5th of November. Sabine Lokman, you've been a partner for a very short time of the Investors for a Just Transition Coalition that I mentioned in my introduction. This coalition addresses the subject of data, holds an academic chair, and coordinates an engagement strategy. Many of these aspects will be unveiled at the COP26 in a few days. Can you tell us more, and especially, what are you going to do in this coalition?
Yeah, but not too much because I'm not here to launch it. But yeah, earlier this summer, in June 21, Finance for Tomorrow launched that Investors for a Just Transition with a clear goal to gather investors to make that engagement coalition to promote socially acceptable transition to low carbon economies. And what is remarkable, it is that coalition is not only gathering, of course, asset managers, asset owners, but also join forces with companies, trade union, labor representatives, association, and data providers to ensure a real multi-stakeholder dialogue, being also inclusive with, and this is super important, with the public sector and representative from Minister of Finance. to really move ahead following three main action points. The first one is about encouraging companies to integrate the just transition into their environmental strategy, their just transition strategy, and with a regular dialogue with investors, and I would say with also data providers. I think it's critical that at corporate level, at issuers level, there is that engagement with us, I want to say all data providers, okay, because it's super important to understand what and why is what is behind the ESG criteria, and to really engage on, again, I'm repeating, but it is so critical, to improve the way to report about what makes sense accordingly to ESG assessment. Report some data which are granular enough and comparable enough so that we can really build, especially when there is no standard yet existing, and also engage to really, especially when we'll have to assess how they are dealing with just transition framework. I was mentioning, for instance, reorganization or redundancy plan. It is perfectly something a board, not a board of directors, but executive directors have to make a decision about launching a redundancy plan. The whole question is not about launching that redundancy plan, but how can we anticipate in order to avoid as much as possible to leave anyone out of a career plan. The second, it is how to work globally spoken within the communities in order to anticipate the effect and the impact of that redundancy plan. And last but not least, how to learn from that redundancy plan also to enhance, part of the social, but also at the governance level, some of the, criteria which are supportive to the ESG assessment. The second main action point is about promoting the best practices. Sarah was mentioning that, which is so important. Best practices, not only within a corporate, with a proper leading policy about how to deal with, for instance, energy transition plan, but also how it is enforced, month after month, quarter after quarter, semester after semester, how the corporate is also dealing in terms of best practice, again, with the reporting about the results, even and when they are not that good, but on an agile mode, the corporate is evolving, also benefiting from discussion within professional organization, for instance, in order to promote best practice at a sector level. And the third main action point is really about facilitate the collaboration between investors and businesses, because I'm just back to the keynote which was made by the person representing ENG. You can't launch SLL, SLB, for instance, without a proper interaction with banks, intermediaries, etc., but also being knowledgeable at CFO level, for instance, that kind of tool do exist, and they can finance their transition because of these tools. And I can tell you that many of the CFO I'm regularly meeting, they don't know yet about these tools. And I think there is an emergency in terms of communication or communicating about these kind of products. Lastly, but very important because it's part of our engagement in terms of, or as a data provider, is really not only to embrace that work within the coalition. We consider it's part of our responsibility as a responsible actor, but also to contribute with the different market participants. And I would say in-house in France, in Europe, but also benefiting from how we're dealing within the world because of our activities and the offices we have all over the places, just to bring in that coalition the best in order to support a fair transition.
Thank you so much. So if you are an asset owner, asset manager, or any company, you are invited to become a member of this coalition. Bettina, Rainbows. Bettina, the just transition is an issue that had already been addressed at the COP21, and the issue has become major at several times, as the COP24 in Poland, for example. How do you see the development of the concept at the COP26, and what could come of it?
Great, thank you. I think just linking on to what my fellow panelists have been saying already, I think, we have seen a lot happen since we released the guide back in 2018, and a lot on kind of investor actions across different levers. It's great to hear about this alliance from Finance for Tomorrow. We very much welcome that, and kind of that collaboration between stakeholders, I think, is very, very key, and really using that leverage, especially the leverage and influence investors have, to kind of use that creatively of think, okay, how do we really approach this? This is something that's a new topic. How do we kind of think a little bit outside the box to ensure that we bring that forward? So just to say, from when this was launched in the first COP21, it was included, I think, in COP24 in Katowice. There was a whole Silesian declaration really pushing just transition much more at the forefront, getting this really up on the agenda to kind of say, okay, we're understanding the concept. We now need to move into action, and how do we really how do we do this in practice, right? Like, how do we actually, as investors, engage with companies on this? That's where, Sabine's point around the methodology and the data, that shouldn't stop us, because there is a lot of data. We just need to understand how we use that data and make it meaningful as well, and not just make this a reporting exercise, but actually really draw on that. So, and we've seen great examples of investors kind of trying to take that into action, whether it's stewardship activities, with engagement conversations, and we're really seeing some positive developments now alongside the Climate Action 100+ initiative. That also is actually, they've revised the just transition indicators to flesh that out a little bit more, to more meaningfully capture the kind of performance of the companies assessed. And then obviously the developments we see also with the World Benchmarking Alliance around their just transition assessment methodology. So, the stewardship side, the policy conversation, I think that's really what we're hoping to see from COP26 this year as well. Is that we have kind of expectations both for governments on really that, committing to a just transition. So, and governments can really do this by collaborating on just transition plans, as we discussed earlier, which really these plans need to be with workers and communities reliant on the fossil fuel sector, but also other industries that might be, transitioning for a low carbon future. And really have that meaningful social dialogue with trade unions and workers as set out in ILO guidelines for just transition, but also ensuring equitable distribution of access to energy and climate solutions at an affordable price, right? We're talking, to Gideon's point, like we need to think about the real world outcome here at the end of the day. And we're talking about how people are actually affected by this. So really bringing that into the conversation of climate strategies, and also ensuring that the climate solutions that are coming up, the various kind of finance mechanisms, that they really also have effective social safeguards in place, and independent grievance mechanisms, as well as human rights due diligence in place to really kind of, as a fundamental piece, in line with the OECD guidelines and also the UN guiding principles on business human rights. And just lastly, in terms of our call for our investment communities and investors for COP26, we're hoping for kind of a bolder action, I guess, a bolder and clearer action and commitment. We call on all investors to really take that holistic approach that I mentioned in my introductory remarks on climate, integrating nature, deforestation, but really also the social implications, and really bringing those two agendas together. And as we talked about, ensuring that transition plans have human rights consideration, that climate solutions respect affected communities, not just about reskilling people and kind of the workforce, but also around that auxiliary communities and how they're impacting the whole local economy around this. And also just, we need to see more investor action on the concept of just transition, really across the different investor levers, from stewardship activities, as I mentioned, to policy engagement, and more importantly, also asset allocation. How do you really integrate this into your investment decision-making to really bring out also more place-based initiatives? I think we're all aware that a just transition is very dependent on the specific locale and locality of it. So how do you really bring that in? And key to that, obviously, is that collaboration that Sarah also mentioned earlier across the stakeholders, with governments, with other investors, with businesses, the whole kind of economy-wide side, to really try and say, we need to act on this in a way that's constructive and, maybe creative in how we're approaching it, but really with that outcome of understanding that we're delivering a kind of future that, can't leave anyone behind. And I think, as the other panelists have also said, COVID was a sharp reminder of really bringing the social issues in focus and really highlighting the need that if we are going to, be resilient to shocks, and climate change is one long one, we really need to be well prepared, and it's about actually being resilient and thinking forward about it.
Thank you very much. And in a few words, because time flies, and this is a question very linked to this answer. What would you like to see happen at COP26 in terms of just transition? And I ask this question for each participant. Sabine.
Yeah, when I listen to the experts and other organizations and agree that should ambition be ratcheted up at COP on what we need to do, the demand for more action on social disruption will be immediate, not for the future. And if, on top of that, we factor in physical impacts of climate becoming more frequent and severe, which is much more than real, the social dislocation will be even greater. This will demand strong and anticipated just transition action from all sides, and this is what I'm expecting from the participants. Big challenge.
Big challenge. Gideon?
Yeah, thanks. I would like to rehash my expectation that I alluded to a while back, which is I would like to see reaffirmment of the commitments by the developed countries on the commitments that they made in COP21, basically. I would also like to see more dialogue. There should be discussion beyond COP26 on the just transition theory and the whole broader framework of climate change. I think it matters when people talk about these things. It matters a lot. I just want to remind all of us that COVID pandemic taught us that we must listen to science. Climate change is such a very important issue to be left to scientists and engineers alone. We have to take a role in it. We have to talk about COVID pandemic, and not just COVID pandemic, but also climate change, because indeed it's the defining issue of our time. And finally, I just want to remind all of us what the late Professor Wangari Maathai said a few years ago. And I quote, and she said that it's the little things the citizens do. That's what will make the difference. My little thing is planting trees. Our little thing today, in my perspective, is talking about just transition. Of course, there are many other people who are doing many other big things. I thank you for sharing this platform. And just like Professor Wangari Maathai, I just want to say that it's our little thing to talk about just transition, but it goes a long way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Sarah Gordon, do you have a few words on the COP26?
Yes, as well as the little things that I will do, Gideon. I would like to see a very explicit commitment to a just transition coming out of COP, both by the parties at COP, but also a very explicit commitment to the institutions and the investment that requires. On the institutional front, Nick Robbins, who's just joined us, I see, and I have been part of a number of organisations calling for the UK to establish a national Just Transition Commission. I'd love the UK to do that, and I'd love other countries to also, some already have. Scotland has a Just Transition Commission already, but I would love to see that institutional commitment to a just transition and to making it happen. And I would like to see genuinely the investment put behind those commitments that the just transition requires, and specifically for the just transition in the emerging markets. And to echo and repeat Gideon's plea, which is if this was the one thing that came out of COP, this would be an enormous step forward, actually meeting the commitment, the financing commitment that was made back at COP21. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much. And Bettina, would you like to add something?
Just to stress what I just mentioned as well, but I agree with all the other panelists, really just that bold action. Like we have the commitment, actually let's make this into real action and really integrate the social considerations into that climate change strategy and thinking to really see the holistic picture.
Thank you very much. Is Nick Robbins connected?
Yes.
Oh, you are, you are on my back. Sorry, now I see you in front of me. So we're lucky to have Nick Robbins online. Nick, you are the expert of Just Transition, and you have accepted to conclude this session. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much, and sorry for joining you lately. We've been organising this week with a number of partners, the PRI, the ITUC, and our colleagues at Harvard, and many others, what we're calling our Just Zero event, which is really trying to gather some of the excitement, I think, that is across the financial sector. And I think from what I've heard has come across from Bettina and Sarah and Gideon and Sabine. So I think what is clear with a few days left to COP is that we have a very, very positive momentum. I think as we're agreed, Just Transition is nothing new. We have strong foundations at the ILO in terms of Just Transition guidelines within the Paris Agreement. And I think we should all see the Just Transition for finance institutions about Paris alignment. This is about making our portfolios and our assets aligned and helping to deliver the Paris Agreement. It's great to see the work of the Finance for Tomorrow, particularly the work you've been doing looking at different stakeholders, the Investor Engagement Alliance. Just yesterday in the UK, we launched the report of the Finance and Just Transition Alliance, which is about 40 institutions, investors, but also banks, social finance organizations, trade unions, regional groups, and so on. And I think that echoed a number of the points you've heard, the importance of strong policy frameworks, so investors advocating for strong policy frameworks for Just Transition, the role for shareholder engagement, and this is generating results in terms of action, for example, the UK utility SSE, but also results with French corporates such as EDF and so on. I think, as you probably heard from Sarah, there's a need for real assets and capital allocation, and the UK's Green Sovereign Bond, which obviously came later than the French sovereign bond, but had the innovation of explicitly identifying the social co-benefits from green spending. And this all needs to be focused on place, as we've heard. Internationally, I think Just Transition is moving into the investor mainstream, as you probably heard, with the Climate Action 100+, the World Benchmarking Alliance, and so on. And at COP, I think we'll see a sort of many things around this, which will help to bring this agenda together. The Council for Inclusive Capitalism, which is a CEO-led group with CEOs from major energy companies, BP and so on, working with the Vatican, will be producing its corporate framework for the Just Transition, which I think is quite an important development in the sense that the Just Transition has been picked up obviously by investors, it's obviously been led by trade unions and policymakers, but I think now that businesses start to get serious about net zero, they realize they need to deal with the human and people dimensions. So that's going to be one development. And expectations are that ministers will agree a Just Transition declaration as well. So we had one in 2018 when we had the meeting in Poland, and I think there will be a declaration as well. So again, the political signal. So just maybe a few thoughts going forward, sort of 7 areas, and just for my benefit, maybe for yours, all these priorities start with the letter P. So the first, obviously, is about people. Today is the launch of the IEA's Global Commission on People-Centered Clean Energy Transitions. And I think we should recognize that nearly all our action on climate change is about people. And people need to be put at the heart of this. We have a false separation often between environmental and social issues. So that's the first priority. Secondly, plans. A lot of the work around climate is now crystallizing on the need for companies, businesses, but also financial institutions to have net zero plans. And what was very clear in the opening session of the Just Zero conference yesterday was the need for Just Transition to be embedded in these plans. And again, that's very consistent with the work of the Climate Action 100+. The third P is persuasion, otherwise known as engagement. I think we're seeing the beginnings of engagement, particularly in the energy sectors, oil and gas, mining, utilities, and so on. But I think also there's engagement that can be done by debt investors as well, And I would suggest that many investors might want to engage with the banks they own on just transition, because banks are potentially really important actors, particularly in terms of financing small and medium-sized enterprises. So that's the third P, persuasion. Product, again, we need to have particular product for investors. We need assets and funds that investors can allocate capital to. I think there's a lot of potential in terms of the transition finance theme and making sure that the social dimension is fully integrated there, and also more funds. And it's great to see Amundi launching their Just Transition Bond Fund, but we need more of these. So that's the fourth, product. Place has come up a lot, the territorial dimension of this. The transition happens in real places. And I think this is where real assets can come into their own, real estate, private equity, private debt, infrastructure, and so on. And also, I think we talk a lot about the energy transition, but maybe we need to think about the biodiversity and nature transition as well, rural communities and so on. That's where far more workers are than in the energy sector, potentially a billion people around the world one way linked to the rural economy. And social conditions often really quite poor. So I think as well as just zero, we need to think about just nature. So that's number 5, place. And then, obviously, we need to think about place in a different way, which is developing countries. And we heard about Kenya. We just finished our Just Zero session on emerging markets. So these are the pays en voie de développement. So that's the P. And this is where will be the real test of the just transition, where we need a real scale up. Not only do we need developed countries to meet their 100 billion commitment, but this needs to be doubled by 2025 with particular allocations for just transition. In many ways, we have this old lexicon of mitigation, adaptation, but actually in terms of early phase out of fossil fuel assets and respecting the workers and communities that are associated with that, that is not part of traditional climate finance. It needs to be, and we need to have particular allocations on that. And there'll be lots of very interesting announcements at COP from that. And the 7th is then partnerships. And I think we've heard from great partnerships here today. The Just Transition is a team sport. It requires radical collaboration between different groups, often unusual allies, trade unions working with investors, investors working with community groups, and community groups working with governments. So I think that's an area of collaboration. And certainly in the UK, with our Financing and Just Transition Alliance, I think there's been a lot of momentum generated through that. And Pierre-Alix, it would be very good to see potential collaborations across Europe at different initiatives. So I hope to see more partnerships with your work in France and potentially with other countries across Europe. So thank you very much. And just to close, really highlighting that Just Transition is not an addendum. It's not the afterthought. It's really a critical factor for making sure we achieve climate success. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick, for your brilliant conclusion, and what an interesting proposition to converge our coalitions and activities. We must converge to meet the ambition of the challenges of the just transition. So the session is now over. We don't have any Q&A. But we can stay connected. And thank you very much for all the participants, for the quality of our debate, also online and physically. The session is only a step toward the COP26, the debates of which I invite you to follow. And now I give the floor to our MC, Noam, and have a very nice day.
Oh. Thank you to all our speakers. I invite you to take a little break in the NEF if you want to, for 15 minutes. So see you back here in 15 minutes, please. welcome back from the parallel sessions and your coffee break. Stay tuned because we still have many high-level speakers today. Before we move on the program and the first fireside chat, I ask Pauline Becquet to come on stage. She is head of Finance for Tomorrow, and she would like to share some information with you on behalf of the organizer.
Bonjour à tous.
Hello everyone, I just wanted to come back to this morning's event to let you know that we had to cancel a number of sessions, and for fireside chat, Philippe Brassac had recorded a video, and some of you were able to watch it this morning. And for Thomas Buberl, with the announcement will be made later in the week in terms of his recordings, and he was otherwise engaged. Now I'd like to thank you for your patience for this morning's event. Our apologies for any inconvenience. I'd like to extend my thanks to those who stayed on this afternoon. I'd like to show you a video on the Observatory of Sustainable Finance. This is a tool we've put in place for our commitments of financial players. Don't only remain about pledges and obviously objectives to improve the observatory. We're aware that not everything is perfect today, but it is a formidable tool to secure the commitment to make sure pledges are delivered and commitments are kept. So, a few facts and figures about the observatory.
share an interview with Frédéric Oudéa, CEO of Société Générale, made by Pauline Becquet. Is it the same? I don't know. You have to guess. Please.
Frédéric Oudéa, bonjour.
Pauline.
Hello, Frédéric Oudéa. Hello, Pauline. We're in a run-up to COP26, where the states have to confirm their respective pledges, to confirm their commitment to the Paris Agreement. Players have to strengthen their climate-related actions, and hence the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. And in last April, what's the meaning of Société Générale to commit to net zero? And how does that translate into reality? We've been one of the first ones to join forces with these initiatives, and we've opted to contribute to energy transition so as to be carbon neutral by 2050. And this lies at the heart of our strategic agenda, involving all our business areas and all our functions, as you said. While 2050 is far into the future, how do we deal with very short-term objectives and long-term vision? So with really short-term objective by 2025. This is what we are doing. We're reviewing our credit portfolio, and we concretely define how we can scale up, we can support transition. How do our clients, what our clients are saying or about their own business model transition, how does that translate in concrete terms, in emissions, if you will, of reducing or killing CO2 emissions of our portfolios? It's true for the automotive industries, and this is what we'll be reviewing in the coming years with really concrete trajectories. In terms of internal functioning, beyond that is about furniture, the type of energy consumption of also the quality of our IT infrastructure, so as to bring down the energy consumption. So everybody has to be on board, and this translates into very concrete actions. Let us pause and focus on fossil fuels. You announced your objective to bring down by 10% your global exposure to exploration of oil and gas by 2025. And are you considering scaling this up? We've been one of the first banks in the world to say that in terms of this portfolio of extraction, production of oil and gas, so certainly one of the most polluting sectors and contributing the most to this global warming. We want something really in a concrete and short-term action, and I decided that this will be a reduction not in a percentage of a balance sheet, but in absolute value of this portfolio by 10% by 2025. It is about renouncing some of the activities for some of the clients. And from this point of view, I've been very happy to see the collective approach of French banks is together with other partners that will succeed in this trajectory. As we want to discontinue financing for all projects of oil and shale gas, and companies of which over 30% of revenues would fall under this production of oil and gas. These are very concrete actions, and we do have actions focusing on coal, exiting in 2030 in OECD countries, in 2040 for all other countries, and in parallel financing renewables. This is how we rebalancing our portfolios, and we need to be very pragmatic about it, because we could, opt for brutally challenging these. But if it doesn't work, our economies, our citizens will be impacted, and we'll have 100,000 people in the streets, and our democracies will be impacted. So that's collective work. We need to define relevant scenarios consistent with these ambitions to mitigate global warming, along with economies, developed or emerging economies where baselines are very different. You've mentioned citizens. The theme of the civil editions of Flying is the impact. So amongst our alliance, We've been bringing together 80 institutions. Société Générale is one of the stakeholders. How does your bank position itself on impact finance, and how can you contribute to a just and sustainable transition of real economy? So we thought, well, we can see the expectations around understanding what financing are used for to have a global, an overall positive impact, but we need methodological framework, we need definitions. And we've come forward and saying we're ready to work on this framework consistently to tackle things with this global vision of impacts, not only on energy and climate, which we've just mentioned, but as 2020 is a pivotal year, and beyond social aspects, and once again, overall aspects related to financing and economies. Yes, we work on these in these areas, and in concrete terms of finance impact is very varied, very diverse. For instance, this is about supporting large businesses in the energy sector, as I just mentioned, and the SMEs as well see these from afar, and they're not equipped to do so. So our role is probably that of providing advice. We can provide concrete financial solutions when it comes to investing, measuring benefits for them, society in general. And when I think of finance in impact, as CEO of Société Générale, I think about Africa. This is the only continent where demography will go up. There will be, by 2050, it will be, Africa will have a population of 2 billion. So being locally embedded to economies, this will be contributing to the stability of the world as well. You know, when it comes to mitigating temperature rise. And this really is part of development of economic business areas and SMEs, and everybody will be able to measure their impacts. So transparently to be able to communicate those. So I'm very happy that there are indeed initiatives, collective initiatives, so as to move towards what makes sense, and we'll be very engaged in this field. Thank you very much, Ms. Udia, and thank you very much for Société Générale support for today's program.
You may know biodiversity collapse is a big challenge we have to face in the next year. Half of the global GDP relies on biodiversity, according to the World Economic Forum, sorry. And the objective of this roundtable is to identify financing strategies to achieve international ambitions on natural capital. Please welcome to the stage Pierre Sidem, founder of Eraser Data News Media. He will moderate this roundtable. The floor is yours.
Thank you for being with us today for this roundtable, Finance to Protect Biodiversity. But before welcoming our panelists and diving right in, I would like to welcome for a digital live introduction a guest speaker in the person of Elisabeth Mrema, Executive Secretary of the UNCBD, the United Nations Convention on Biological Biodiversity. Elisabeth, you're on screen.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am. Greetings in Paris, and thank you for inviting me to initiate this roundtable on biodiversity at your 7th Climate Finance Day. 10 days after the closing of the first week of the CBD Conference of the Parties 15 and the adoption of the Kunming Declaration and so many commitments made by governments and stakeholders, this is indeed an important event on the road to Climate COP26 next week and to our own second part of COP15 in April next year, where an ambitious and transformative post-2020 global biodiversity framework will be adopted. It will be our framework for the next decades to come. It was mentioned several times last week that involvement of all actors besides government, including business and the public and private financial sector, across developed and emerging markets will be fundamental to the successful adoption of our common framework and its subsequent implementation. It was equally mentioned at the IUCN Congress in Marseille in September. Tackling biodiversity loss by aligning financial flows with global biodiversity targets will be an important part of the solution in terms of climate change, poverty reduction, and equitable development, particularly in developing countries. By integrating nature-related financial risks, impacts, and dependencies into your investment decisions, by scaling up nature-positive investments in nature-based solutions or restoration of degraded ecosystems or support to sustainable agriculture, fisheries, or infrastructures, and finally by disclosing your nature-related financial impacts and opportunities, you will really make the difference. But there remains a huge challenge to translate the value and complexity of nature into financial terms in a way that is decision-ready, credible, and meaningful to all stakeholders without losing sight of our goal of reconciling economic development, biodiversity, and climate mainstreaming and social justice. The Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, or TNFD, for which I'm privileged to co-chair, will help you to do this. Several representatives of French financial institutions like HBC or AXA, who are with us today, are also members of the task force. The French Development Agency will lead Public Development Hub that will complement the experience of the private sector. I thank you all for the work you will be doing in the coming months to develop the task force framework in line, hopefully, with the with the global biodiversity framework. The role of central banks is also key, and I welcome the work done by the network of greening the financial sector on biodiversity and financial stability, as well as the recent research carried out by the Bank of France. It demonstrated that 42% of the number of securities held by French financial institutions in 2019 were highly or very highly dependent on one or more ecosystem services. To accomplish this important task, as well as other actions will necessarily need to be taken, such as development of regulations and tools. You are already ahead in France, particularly with Article 29 of the Energy and Climate Law, the development of tools such as the CDC Global Biodiversity Score, and many others. All your actions are very encouraging, and I'm sure I've not mentioned all of them. They need to be followed by concrete action on the ground. Your commitment will facilitate the recovery of natural ecosystems and contribute to the achievement of the Paris Climate Agreement, as biodiversity loss and climate change are intrinsically linked. I wish you a good roundtable, and it's really time to make the really impact, and I do count on you to help us in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for this very convincing introduction. And we have another guest speaker for this introduction in the person of Bérangère Abba, which should be on screen in a few seconds as well. Thank you, Madame la Ministre, for being with us today. Few seconds of patience, please.
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everybody. Well, biodiversity is at the core of our choices that have a direct impact on nature. The artificialization of ground, the multiplication of pollutions, or the massive decline of species are it's the most alarming manifestations. We pay a heavy tribute through a constant deterioration of living conditions. It represents $100 billion a year with natural. In front of this incredible challenge, mobilization has got to be massive and quick. Financial sector, insurance companies, banks, and all the pension funds have got the capacity to redirect the fruits of finance. For the sake of biodiversity, we know how can we do it. By bringing investors reliable data about the impact of activities on biodiversity, favor financing that is in favor of nature, but it requires to better characterize them. The French state is experienced in and is a pioneer in the field with its green budget. We've got a regulatory framework in terms of transparency of investment and ESG criteria has now got to be taken into account in Article 29 of the Climate Energy Law, applicable as from 22. Will involve specific obligations. It also broadened the scope to 99% of the outstanding amounts under management, with long-term objectives for biodiversity. So we hope we can encourage financial players to, apply a positive approach in the matter. From an international point of view, I can assure you the support of the French government to the disclosure obligations. We want TFND to have as much impact as its climate sister. And as it was said in September in Marseille, we've got to have a common methodology. It's complex work, but it's fundamental to make decisions. Some of you devote a lot of time and energy to it, and I'd like to thank you for that. Thank you for Finance for Tomorrow to have organized this roundtable. I wish you fruitful exchanges, and I will follow the conclusions of your work. Thank you.
Bérangère Abba, merci.
Thank you, Bérangère Abba. Mrs. the French Secretary of State for Biodiversity. I'd like to welcome our panel now. First, Marine de Besler. You are a Group Advisor for Natural Capital at HSBC.
Private financial institution. Jean Boissineau. Jean, you're the head of secretariat at NGFS, Network for Greening the Financial System, whose main mission or objective is to embark the financial system in a green journey, while keeping a close eye on financial stability. Andrew Mitchell. Andrew should be over the air with us today. Andrew, I don't know if you're hearing us, but you're the founder and senior advisor of Global Canopy, and you were closely involved in the inception of the TNFD, the Task Force for Natural Financial Disclosure. Gilles Moec, you are Group Chief Economist at AXA. You're also Head of ESG Research at AXA Investment Managers. And you'll help us navigate as an economist with metrics, frameworks, KPIs, and price signals. And finally, Marie-Hélène Loison. Marie-Hélène, welcome. You're Deputy CEO of AFD, the French Development Bank, and you'll give us, I think, a hands-on experience on a wide portfolio of development projects worldwide. So thank you all. We have 55 minutes, if I believe the counter over there. to cover a lot of ground. And maybe we could start by painting the global picture of where we are standing today. So to start with, biodiversity matters, and Bérangère Abad just reminded us with the order of magnitude. It's valued, the ecosystemic services are valued around 1.5 the world's global GDP. Where do we stand today with respect to finance for biodiversity? Do we see the beginning of a large highway, or are we at the bottom of a small, narrow, winding road? Marine, would you like to start on this?
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this important panel. Maybe to start with, I think it's important to remind what we're talking about. What is natural capital and what is biodiversity? We had that quick exchange earlier today. The way we see it within HSBC, the natural capital refers to the renewable and non-renewable natural assets, like air, trees, animals, minerals. And biodiversity is actually the variety that combined generate ecosystems services. And how it evolves, its variability over time, its diversity, and to make it short, we depend on natural capital, and natural capital depends on the health of biodiversity. So to respond to your question, are we at the start of a journey? I would say pretty much. We understand the materiality of the issue. It has been reminded by the Minister Bérangère Abad. 50% of the global economy is directly dependent on nature. And being said that, there are tremendous opportunities to fix, protect and restore natural capital and biodiversity. UNEP released a report earlier this year which actually states that the business opportunity could reach 8 trillion by 2050 if we only address 3 of the main sectors that are impacting nature: infrastructure, agriculture and energy. Being said that, we're not starting from nowhere. We, financial institutions, have a risk framework for a long time. Within HSBC, we have forestry policies since 2004, agricultural policies since more than 5 years. We are revising those policies regularly. Being said that, we understand that it's not tackling the entirety of the risks behind that. We also do have products. I mean, you may have seen that HSBC has launched a joint venture last year with Pollination called Climate Asset Management, with the aim to develop funds up to 6 billion investing in real assets, natural capital assets. Being said that, I mean, it's in a way the cherry on the cake. How do we address the transition to the entire economy toward that? And maybe just to finish on that, if we look at the need for financing biodiversity, I mean, it's estimated to 600 billion per year. We're only financing at this point 15%. And among that financing, 70 to 90% comes from the public sector, meaning the financial sector need much more tools to be able to reallocate the capital toward a nature-free economy.
Thank you, Marine, and we'll come back to this massification issue. But Marie-Hélène, as Marine said, most of the financial flows come from the public sector today. What's your view on this as a development bank?
Yes. I will not state the figures again. They've been exposed by previous speakers, but what we see today is the growing awareness that, of course, climate change is a major threat, but also clearly biodiversity loss is also a major threat for humanity. Why? Because, as was said, half of global GDP depends on healthy and stable environment and biodiversity. Also because we know now that degradation can lead to major financial risk and substantial cost to economies, and especially, of course, for the most vulnerable populations and communities, because they depend more on ecosystems for daily livelihood. And finally, because we know that biodiversity and climate change, and this is both a challenge but also an opportunity, are two sides of the same coin. So if we want to be net zero in 2050, that will not be achieved unless we're nature positive. So what is really at stake, and that's the case for both developing economies as well as higher income countries, is to finance more nature positive activities and also eliminate biodiversity net loss projects from portfolios.
Okay, thank you, Marie-Hélène. So we see that conscientization is underway. We see that there's still a huge gap to finance, given the number. Andrew, from Global Canopy's point of view, do you see an acceleration for the last 2 years? And how would you put words on this acceleration using definitions as well? As Marine said, vocabulary is important.
Yeah, hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'm sorry I can't be in Paris, where I was last year at the previous meeting. Look, I've watched this over 40 years from the front line of conservation and more recently finance. And, you know, the finance sector and to some extent business has had a kind of booze and burger mentality towards nature over the last decades. We feast on it without too much thought about the consequences. We call these things externalities, economic externalities. So we live in a world of kind of false prices where the true costs of things are not in the share price or the products that we use. And so we're beginning to come up sharp now with the consequences of those actions. The first step on that way was understanding climate, which for many years was not taken very seriously as a risk for the finance industry. But now, since the Paris Agreement, has really accelerated dramatically. And two things really helped that happen, I believe. One was the Paris Agreement itself, 200 governments saying, yep, we're going to do something, we're going to regulate, and therefore there could be stranded assets. And secondly, you need a pathway to deal with that. And that was the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure. It gave a kind of pathway. But with nature, this is coming up now really sharply, and more has happened in the last 2 years than I have seen happen in the last 40 years. And it's a combination of, you know, understanding about plastics in the ocean, concerns about deforestation, demonstrations from young people in the street who are beginning to think about their money, and maybe it should be democratized and they should have more say on how it is spent. And all of these things combine to create the opportunity, which was then given a massive booster by COVID-19, because this demonstrated exactly what we mean by unrecognized nature-related risk. Most people think of COVID-19 as a health problem. It's not a health problem. It's an environmental problem. The causes that underlie the emergence of these zoonotic pandemics, which are repeated every few years, is because of environmental degradation, the trade in endangered species, the mixing of species together in certain areas, which lead to these jumps from animals to people. And in the past, people used to say, well, nature-related risk, that's not very big. I mean, it's mainly just about agriculture. If I talk to central banks and treasury departments, they used to say that. But COVID-19 has demonstrated how this has swept around the world. It's been very fast, and it affects all sectors. And in April last year, I wrote that it was going to cost the world about $10 trillion, and everybody said, that's far too much, we can't print that. And IMF is saying it's running at about $127 trillion right now. So this has been a massive wake-up call. It's super exciting to see this acceleration, but we don't have the right numbers. We don't have the dashboard on the dashboards of the terminals we all use to create our financial decisions, nor on the dashboards of big pension funds and big banks. We don't have the numbers for nature, and we might talk a bit more about that in this panel, but we're getting there.
Andrew, thank you. We'll come back to the framework and the metrics. Gilles, there is another parallel maybe we can draw between where we are today with biodiversity. Is maybe similar to where we were 5 years ago with the question of carbon. Is that pertinent?
I definitely think so. Thanks a lot for inviting me. Yes, when I think of how the financial industry in general is dealing with biodiversity right now, it's probably close to the situation in which we were 5 to 10 years ago with climate investing. In the sense that at the time we had a plethora of indicators, a plethora of concepts, of metrics, not that much data. And it took actually quite a bit of time before there was a sort of natural consensus building towards a common set of indicators, a common set of metrics. And nowadays, everyone kind of focuses on a version or another of carbon intensity. We're not there yet on biodiversity. We're still dealing with 3 potential different approaches. The one we prefer at AXA, which is MSA, mean species abundance. You could look at profit and loss and environmental profit and loss. You could look at the cost to abate the loss of species diversity. So there is still this convergence to build. But we don't have much time in the sense that we have to start now before this convergence happens for at least 3 reasons. First of all, just like Andrew was saying, clients want it. They want us to be able to present them with products which either embed biodiversity concerns in the way they're constructed or which targets biodiversity impact. That's number 1. Number 2, regulators. We heard the minister a few minutes ago reminding us of what France is doing with Article 29 of the Energy and Climate Law, which is going to force us at the beginning of next year to report on our biodiversity footprint. So here we go. We need actually to say something. And the third element, and it's my last one, and sorry, it's probably my economist hat speaking here, but one of the reasons we definitely need to address it is very simply because a world which does not address the biodiversity issue is not going to be a world in which it's good to be invested in, very simply. Previous speakers mentioned a number of figures and projections. One I like is from the World Bank. If 3 ecosystems collapse in the next decades, it could be timber supply, fish supply, it could be pollination. The cost to global GDP by 2030 could be north of 2%. You don't want to be invested in a world which has a sort of horizon with a lower GDP in 10 years, only 10 years from now. So if we want to be the good stewards of the savings which our clients have entrusted us with, we need to be able to address biodiversity. We need to completely integrate this in our investment strategies. But again, at the moment, lots of diversity, lots of different paths. We need to converge.
Thank you, Gilles. And that leads us to the question of the risks associated with the loss of biodiversity, which is something that the NGFS is looking into alongside with climate. Jean, can you tell us more about this?
Yes, thank you, Pierre. I think for the members of the NGFS, so I mean it's 95 and counting central banks and supervisors, what matters to us is understanding what biodiversity means in the context of our mandates, be it price stability, be it financial stability, for some members, be it financial inclusions and so on. But that's very much the framework through which we are looking at these things. And there may be, I'd like to come back to the idea of we are five years behind. I think that we may be in between 10 and 5 and I would hope it's 5, but I fear it's closer to 10. Why 10? Because when we look at COP15 in the climate world was Copenhagen. When I'm scanning for the first report from an institution that is a bit structured on the questions of climate-related risk, I think it's a Lehman report in 2007. And finally, when I look at the IPBES work, I fear that what we have in front of us is maybe closer to the IR4 than the IR5. And that matters a lot to us because as central banks, what we do is basically try to consider what the science is telling us and draw the conclusions or pull the thread right through what matters for us. So that's my 5 years, 10 years assessment. On the 5-year side, what is very clear is that we have learned how to deal with a blind spot that we discover. So I think we have a blueprint for at least understanding how to look at this risk, recognizing the physical dimension on one hand, or the equivalent of the physical dimension on one hand, recognizing as well the risk implied by the regulations, the change in preferences and the like. So everything that we put under the transition risk at. So we know a lot better, but and still that's what we are working very hard on is as Marine was saying, making sure that we fully understand what it means, not because we just want to understand, but because it's the basis for us then to act. And when I say that there is a lot to do yet, it's because in the climate change, yes, a number of things were complicated. When you look at the physical risk side of things, you need to consider a number of others. It's not as simple as it could be. It's not just a temperature issue. So multidimensional, but on the transition side, it was very much, once you have understood that it boils down to CO2 and GHG, it was a lot easier to pull the thread. While in biodiversity, we are still lacking this kind of framework that enables us to understand the connection, and I would say the connections, clearly with an S, between the loss of biodiversity, the overexploitation of natural capital, and the economy. What motivates us to go very hard and very fast is that some members around the table are telling us that biodiversity losses is an issue that is more pressing for them than climate change. And when it's someone living on an island that is telling you that, you think twice, because climate change, they can very much see that on an almost daily basis. So if they tell us that their own fear, their own intuition is that biodiversity losses is even a bigger problem, then it gives us the energy to get the extra mile.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Gilles. I'm sorry for this. Let me circle back to the investment industry. Does this multidimensional aspect you just mentioned, Jean, is a rationale to specialize financial players on biodiversity, or do we need, on the contrary, to adopt a pervasive approach to inject biodiversity, first layer of biodiversity across the board in investment approaches? Maybe Marie-Hélène, you could start on this. I think that you are looking into the pervasive approach.
Yes, and what we're doing in this area and what is our approach. First of all, let me remind how we see the role of Public Development Bank in this area. We have measured recently, how much we represent, we being public development banks, in total investment flows, and we estimate this is around 10%, which is significant, but it's only 10%. So we see our role as, yes, filling the financing gap, of course, but also to help unlock additional financial flows in favor of projects and activities that will support, in this case, biodiversity and environmental protection projects. So in that respect, yes, the role of Public Development Bank and central banks is really to boost the ambition and also ensure the implementation of the global biodiversity framework. What we need to do is several things. The first one is to update our safeguards. We're using safeguard policies to address environmental and social risk in the way we select our projects. And biodiversity is already included in those safeguard policies, but these can be updated, and also increase ambition for biodiversity and achieve mainstreaming of biodiversity in all areas of development. That means more precisely, as we say, greening finance and financing green. So in terms of greening finance, and as you said, the French and EU regulation now ask financial institutions to report on the biodiversity footprint. So we as a financial...
L'article 29.
C'est ça, exactement. So we are a financial institution also, regulated in France, and so we are also working on measuring biodiversity-related financial risk that may affect the repayment capacity of our client. And when we do this, of course, it's not to stop working with these clients, but it's really to initiate a dialogue so that they also better acknowledge and reduce these risks. So it's really also a question of dialogue and education with our clients. And in that process, generating with them projects that can have positive impact on biodiversity. So that's in the area of greening finance. Financing green, then it's so really increasing financial flows towards project contributing to conservation. And that means for us working in all sectors. So of course, in terms of biodiversity, you can think very naturally of projects in agriculture, rural development, but what we're doing also is to really look for biodiversity components in many areas. So including in urban development, in water projects, of course. And that's also very important because when we do that in many sectors, we can also address how we can work both towards climate change mitigation and also towards biodiversity conservation. So our objective is to double biodiversity financing to reach €1 billion in 2025, and also work on aligning climate and biodiversity objectives. So the goal for AFD by 2025 is that half of our financing goes towards climate change projects, and 30% of that should be also projects with biodiversity co-benefits also by 2025.
Okay, so you will apply a layer of biodiversity of a much larger base of your financing. On the other hand, on the market, and Andrew, I know you have some views on this, but Gilles or Marine, please feel free to bounce on this. There are a number of specialized asset managers or investment firms which are specialized boutiques on capital natural or biodiversity, but they are too small today to really make a dent in the gap. They have only, on average, a couple of thousand millions under management. How can we move to much larger chunks of biodiversity investments under management?
Talking in the background to join the conversation, but I think you are right. I mean, there are plenty of there are plenty of boutique kind of finance institutions around, and like Mirova in Paris, owned by Natixis, Mirova Natural Capital, has been a pioneer in this, and but there are others. Pollination is a new one to come in. But the pools of capital that they deliver are relatively small, in the scale of $100 to $200 million. But these are the pioneers. They have been pathfinding this process over a long time. And crucial in that is de-risking these investments. And this is really where development finance can really help by providing co-finance in blended funds, and in providing, governments can help through providing a floor price or guarantees. These sort of things really help crowd in extra finance. But what we really need is product that's at the scale of $500 million or more. There's very little at the $1 billion scale in this space yet. It will get there, and big lenders like, for instance, Rabobank in the Netherlands are looking at lending vehicles that provide cheaper money if you do the right thing as far as sustainability is concerned for farmers. And this is the way to go, but we're a long way off from that. So I think we're going to see an expansion of that sort of thing. One of the big missing pieces here is that we have large pools of government money, such as the Green Climate Fund, which is supposed to deliver 100 billion a year for climate. But when private money tries to access that money, the decision-making time required for government pools of money is far too long for the private sector in this space. So private sector wants a decision in 6 months. A government decision might take 2 years. The private money walks away. And this has been a real problem in getting impact investment to scale up. So what we need is an accelerated pool of capital that can help de-risk private sector finance in this space, and that would accelerate things. In addition, of course, we need the framework, the metrics, ways of measuring whether we're winning or losing, and that's where I think the task force on nature-related financial disclosure will really help us in the future.
Thank you, Andrew. And Gilles, I understand that at AXA, as a designer and as a manager of investment funds, you have a multi-stage approach with respect to the inclusion of biodiversity. Can you elaborate on this for us?
Yes, so I speak on behalf of a big shop, so we're not a boutique, and what we try to do is start with the first step, which is first do no harm. And the first do no harm is often based on exclusions. And this is something that we're applying actually on the vast array of our investments. And what we've been doing for years actually is to screen investment for palm oil. That was our first exclusion policy in the field of biodiversity. And we've extended it last year to other sources of threats to the biodiversity, timber, cattle, soy. So that's step number one. Exclude what is really absolutely harmful. And to be clear, it's real. It resulted in a ban of a bit more than 40 companies, 40 issuers. Then there's the active bit. And the active bit in the field of biodiversity for us is through our forest investment. So AXA IM manages roughly 60,000 hectares of forest in a sustainable manner on behalf of AXA Group. That's the active one. But the third step, and that will go beyond my firm, and I think it's a general issue for the entire industry, is to be able to go one step further, which would be to apply biodiversity criteria, biodiversity scoring on basically any issuer, any company coming to the market. That's the next step. So for this, I said earlier that we believe in the MSA approach, counting basically the number of species on specific territories. For this, we're working with Iceberg, that lab in which we've taken a stake with several other French institutions. And basically what we're trying to do with them is to get a level of granularity in the data at each issue level, which will allow us to do what we do best, which is to allocate capital. Our job is to allocate capital. And we want to be able to allocate this capital according to clear, quantifiable criteria, including biodiversity criteria. So exclusion, forest, and thus this third step, having enough data to be able to tailor investment portfolios according to biodiversity criteria.
Thank you, Gilles, and that leads us to the question of. Sorry, Marine, you would like to add something?
Yes, there's an additional tool too. Within it is actually the engagement policy. When we lack data, I mean, we cannot wait to have all the tools to make fully informed decisions, and so engagement policy and biodiversity are actually key to start having that dialogue with companies, and not only in the easy ones, I would say, or the most obvious one, that would be better to say so, not only the agricultural sector, but all the value chains that are actually nature dependent, to come back to what I said earlier. I mean, 50% of the global economy is directly dependent to nature, so it's not only agriculture, it's not only timber. It's also chemicals, it's also pharmaceuticals, it's also distribution, etc. And we need to get that dialogue, and so biodiversity engagement policies are actually key to reallocate capital, the wider economy to...
But stemming from that, isn't the, and I'm sorry, I'm going to use a barbarism here, isn't the biodiversification of supply chain a very powerful lever?
It is.
And I think Andrew has some view on this too.
Yeah, it is absolutely key, and it's certainly where we lack data and metrics and framework and collective action. I would say that if we want to reallocate capital toward a more nature-positive economy, we need all that. We need data. I mean, for example, within HSBC, looking at our lending portfolio, our exposure to, I mean, not our exposure, our portfolio on agriculture, forestry, and fishery is 1.5% of our global portfolio. So with our sector policy, we very well address the direct risk. Thing is that deforestation risk, to come back to your point, is in the value chains of many others industry. And we need to capture that information to really be in a position to commit to be deforestation free. And those data are lacking. And so, yes, supply chain are absolutely key.
And thank you for chaining that to the next question. And please, Jean, I think this is primarily for you. When you mentioned the part of your loan portfolio, that's a percentage of the amount lended, but there is also to take into consideration the capital requirements, which are modulated by the risk. So, Jean, what can the regulator can do to encourage or maybe nudge the financial players? We mentioned Article 29, but there are other frameworks on the way.
Indeed. So I think the job of the financial institution is to allocate capital. My job as a regulator, or more precisely as a supervisor, is to regulate and supervise. So I would try to do my job well. Indeed, reporting can be, as we've seen in the French case of the past 6 to 7 years, reporting can provide a very strong impetus in developing good practices. But maybe more specifically, and linking that back to my earlier point on, we are not exactly where we'd like to be. That doesn't mean that we don't and we can't act just right now. And we've been releasing a progress report on supervisory practices just today as the NGFS. A report in which you would see that 80% of the supervisors of the NGFS have, already concretely embedded climate-related risk into their own daily supervision. I mean, beyond this 80% that have embedded climate, already 60% have started to consider either embedding just right now, and there are several members from the NGFS that are doing that very well. I think of people in Brazil, for example. So either they have already embedded that in their daily supervision, or they are in the process of doing so. And as I was saying, the energy and the momentum is really fast. So starting with supervisory expectation, that is focusing the mind of all the people we supervise when we start to ask them, what is it exactly that you understand about this risk? That's the beginning of the conversation. You need not go, jump straight to the capital charges. But another one, I think, something we've learned from the climate discussion is stress testing. If you want to understand exactly what the problem we have right before us, we need to have this kind of exercise to basically understand the correlation between the risk, the codependencies between various sectors. When I say climate stress test, I mean you need to understand that it's a collective journey. It's a way for us to understand the problem. It's a way also to accelerate the capacity building in the financial sector. And eventually, indeed, it's a need to have when it comes to supervising and taking hard decisions with regard to, let's say, capital, even though we're not there yet.
Okay, but climate stress testing has been done, I think, a series of that has been done last year, I think. It took a long time to prepare it and be ready. Are we going to be ready in the near future for biodiversity stress testing?
We're working as fast as we can, and the work that is currently ongoing, which is an exploratory work, is clearly pointing at the need of building these kind of scenarios because it's the only way to aggregate up the micro information or the micro understanding that we have on the ground. Yes, it took some time to translate the IPCC scenarios into NGFS scenarios. I hope it will take less time, but I'm very conscious that there is still a big learning curve to climb here.
Okay. Another factor that we see, and I'm thinking of the tech industry here, is the use of public finance to de-risk the projects and to create a leverage effect with private capital. Jean, maybe you have a view on this, or maybe Marie-Hélène, AFD can catalyze that kind of leverage.
Yes, well, as I mentioned, this is the issue of how we can, as public banks, have a leverage effect on capital flows more globally. I think, and this is what we have done in many areas, to use blended finance, in fact, to de-risk either through guarantees or subsidies to help address some innovative or high-impact sectors and projects. This is something that I think we still need to work on. For the moment, I think what we're doing is really work on projects that can act as proof of concept for larger use. But as we know, this is still a challenge, how we can scale up projects that works, that have positive impacts. And also work on tools and methodologies, and the TNFD was mentioned in the introduction, and clearly we hope to play that role so that common methodology and disclosure can be shared, so that we have a common understanding of what we're doing and how we can move forward.
Okay. Thank you, Marie-Hélène. Andrew, from the point of view of Global Canopy, would you be in favor of other public measures such as tax or pricing or on certain goods and services on top of voluntary measures?
Well, using tax is really difficult to solve these problems because if it's not tax neutral for the public, then you get gilets jaunes in the street because I think you understand what I mean. So when you apply these, it's not so much removing taxes or removing subsidies. And just remember, I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, that subsidies that harm nature are currently about 5 times bigger than all the finance provided by governments to protect nature. So even if you doubled all the money from governments, we wouldn't get close to what the subsidies are doing that create harm to nature. Well, it's not about removing these things, it's about realigning them, changing the incentives. So, if you've got organic food, wouldn't it be nice if you paid less tax for that? And food that was bad for you and you ended up in hospital because you got diabetes, well, maybe that should be taxed higher. But in the end, it should be neutral to the customer and to the government. They don't want to lose out on taxes. So you can see the problem arising in the future as we move from petrol cars to electric cars. Government's going to lose a lot of tax because we aren't going to be buying so much petrol. So these sorts of things really need to be thought through. So I think the tax system is quite difficult. I just want to in case I don't get another opportunity, to mention that data is super important. It's fantastic what Iceberg Data Lab are doing and others to try and come up with this, but we need a framework. It's like with climate, it's like we've taken the first step in the room with dealing with these externalities that are out there. And what you need is a pathway through the woods. Well, the climate framework does that, and we need a nature framework to do the same. So TNFD has been constructed to try and look at the risks, the data, the metrics, to pilot new technologies and come up with a beta framework very early next year for dealing with nature-related risk in financial institutions and the companies they invest or lend to. It'll be a 2 to 3 year process. We've got a fantastic group of individuals within companies that are helping to do this. And it'll be the same sort of framework as the one for climate. So businesses who are besieged by these sorts of disclosure frameworks will find it very easy to do. But the methodology underneath is not easy. We've got a lot of work to do. We don't have a ton of carbon, like a currency to measure progress. We don't have targets like 2 degrees for nature. And Elizabeth, who spoke so eloquently at the beginning, has the daunting responsibility of, in a sense, coming up with these next year. Good progress in Kunming, but the global biodiversity framework needs to have a role for the finance sector. It needs to get in there and be part of this transition that we need to undertake. So I hope that TNFD will give us the pathway. We're seeing a remarkable awakening of understanding about this. And I was very interesting to hear that some members of NGS are saying, biodiversity risk actually is more day-to-day for us than maybe climate. So, well, that's true. It's happening right now and affects so many people. So I think we're on the right track. It's not going to happen overnight. I think he's probably right. It's going to be a decade. I wish it wasn't. But I do think that within a decade from now, there'll be countries that are saying that you have to use the TNFD as a mandatory framework, just like for climate, that Paris is already doing in Article 29 next year. This is the kind of leadership we need from governments as well. It shouldn't be Paris alone. We need more Paris leadership around the world. So let's look forward to what will happen.
Thank you, Andrew. And the long-awaited TNFD will certainly provide much-needed clarity and guidance around frameworks and metrics. There are other frameworks that are coming. Well, French Article 29 is already on track. There is also the European taxonomy and other initiatives around the world that could be used as mandatory frameworks. And as well, voluntary initiative. We'll come back to that in a moment with you, Marine. Do you think the European taxonomy in its environmental objectives can also help tackle the issue, at least in the Euro zone?
I can take the question. I mean, for the biodiversity pillar, I would say, of the EU taxonomy, I mean, you know that it has not been fully released yet. I mean, it's we have been consulted during this summer, and it's actually, I think, very powerful to, again, help reallocate capital toward biodiversity resilient economy, because it actually helps understand what are the solutions, what are the harmful sectors, and also what are the enabling ones. And we all know that investors and financing institutions will actually embed those information that we will then get from companies to assess and address our financings and investment going forward. So yes, I think it's a very good news to have within the EU taxonomy part that are actually completely dedicated to biodiversity. There are other frameworks, actually, and I think you wanted me to touch on that. I mean, for a very long time, the way we have addressed those issues was actually to rely on external certification. We have touched on that. I mean, you did, Gilles, with the FSC for forest, with the RSPO, and other ones on soy, etc. It's key. And certainly, Andrew, you talked a lot about TNFD. We understand that those certifications help tackle risks up to a certain level, and now we need to embed it into our entire risk framework, and TNFD will help us on that. And I would say that for this issue and for the others, we certainly need those collective actions. We cannot do it by ourselves. We can read all the reports from the NGFS and other great institutions, UNEPFI, etc. We need to work together to translate it into something that we can embed in our companies. There are other very meaningful collective actions, and I want to mention two, I would say. The Finance for Biodiversity Pledge is also a very great collective action to work together to commit to tackle biodiversity loss risks. And there's also one that is just emerging, that is Get to Nature Positive, which aims is also to share knowledge around strategy, risks, etc., to get the economy to a nature positive one.
Thank you, Marine. Gilles, you wanted to add something just before we come to a conclusion, because time is flying.
Very, very quickly. First on TNFD, absolutely agree. AXA is very committed to this initiative. One of the reasons is because it's global in reach. And that is something we need to keep in mind. As much as I'm proud to be French, because with Article 29, we're actually setting, I think, that the pace. I'm also proud to be European, because the EU is doing a lot and in advance of many other regions in this field. But the solution to this is global. And the risk is that if, in a way, we go our own way without reaching out to regions which are not as advanced as we are on this project, we run the risk of creating a plethora of standards, plethora of indicators, and for global investors like ourselves, it's not going to be an easy feat, and it's going to be counterproductive in terms of trying to deal with threats to biodiversity.
Jean?
Yes, maybe to echo a lot of what has just been said, and to react to this question that is very, front and center to our work. This question of fragmentation, and also the fact that these are very difficult questions. I think one of the fundamental intuition of the NGFS is that this problem is just too big for any one of us to tackle it on our own. So we need to collaborate, and that has been honestly a success. And because we are coming from many places, 95 members around the table brings a lot of different perspective to that. And I think this global collaboration is indeed very conducive of avoiding that, because what we do when it comes to understanding what it means to supervise environmental risk is, sit down. And here our Brazilian colleague, our Malaysian colleague, our Indonesian colleague, to name a few that have already started to work on that, and say, okay, what's the best practices that gets out of that, and because we have the chance to start the process, from the ground up, and in a very collaborative way. I think we have a recipe, or I hope we have a recipe to avoid indeed this fragmentation and people coming to the table saying, "I have my own solution," and this is the one that you should adopt, which divert a lot of energy when it comes to finding solutions.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you all. I think we are coming to an end of this roundtable. So I think the key word for around these last comments is really collaboration. Collaboration to try to emerge or define a common standard, even if it's not optimal to start with. But as many of you said, let's not wait to have the perfect framework and the perfect metrics before starting the race. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of our audience here at Palais Brongniart or remotely for being with us. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your speech and your insight. That brings us to the end of this panel. I keep in mind the issue of biodiversity. Financing is massive, and I hope, I'm sure that next year we will have a new engagement on this case. We have some progress we can report on that. While the duplex is set up for the next session, I invite you to take a look at some tweets of the day on the screen. That may, okay, so. Alors, in French, voilà, il faut distinguer ce qui est de l'ordre. Voilà, you can have a look by yourself on these tweets. Fine. So I heard that the duplex is ready. So our next speaker is Laurent Mignon and Benoît Bazin for a fireside chat, moderated by Samia Haj from Natixis. Please welcome on. The floor is yours.
So I'm here today with Laurent Mignon and Benoît Bazin. Laurent Mignon, you are the chairman of the management board of Groupe BPCE. And Benoît Bazin, you are the chief executive officer of Saint-Gobain. This is Climate Finance Day, and today we are together to talk about a critical topic, transition strategies. We'll look at both the perspective from an industrial and financial, to look at how we can work together to really make an impact and address this priority. So Benoît Bazin, the first question is for you. Can you please tell us about Saint-Gobain's transition strategy, and can you tell us about the main lines of your Transform and Grow plan?
Thank you. Well, we are clearly entering a net zero carbon economy. Building and construction, this is the main market of Saint-Gobain. Buildings have a critical role to play because overall we have 40% of the world's CO2 emissions coming from buildings. This is the #1 source of CO2 emissions. Our purpose is making the world a better home. We have the ambition, this is my vision for the group, to become the worldwide leader in light and sustainable construction. Already today, Saint-Gobain solutions are able to decarbonize 2/3 of the building's related CO2 emissions, both from the lifetime of the building and also from the construction of the building. And in addition, of course, those solutions, they can provide significant benefits in terms of natural resource consumption and also health and well-being for the end users. So our new strategy, which I call Grow and Impact, is built indeed on the success of our former plan, which was Transform and Grow. We have kept Grow and we add Impact. Transform and Grow has deeply transformed Saint-Gobain over the last 3 years, and our new plan, Grow and Impact, is built around 3 pillars. First, a focused strategy toward light and sustainable construction. So clearly moving on this deep transition for buildings. Second, move away from product selling, SKU by SKU, towards solution selling, and solutions that have an impact on our customers in terms of CO2 avoidance. And third pillar of this plan, relying on a truly multi-local, multinational, new powerful business governance and culture that I put in place. So for us, ESG is at the core of our strategy. Everything we do has a positive outcome in terms of ESG. We aim at maximizing our positive impact, and I will come back to that in a minute, and minimizing our footprint on the 6 pillars of our CSR roadmap: climate change, circular economy, health and safety across the value chain, including growth, employee engagement, and business ethics. If I take just climate change, for example, our solutions help our customers to decarbonize. we have evaluated through our own internal robust methodology, which has been audited by a third party and publicly made available, that our solutions sold in 1 year avoid 1.3 billion tons of CO2 during the lifetime of the building. It is 40 times the Saint-Gobain footprint on scope 1, 2, and 3. So this is our roadmap of sustainability, and we have decided, of course, to get towards carbon neutrality by 2050 with a robust roadmap altogether, audited by a science-based target initiative. And since 2016, we have applied to all our initiatives our own internal carbon price, which is at 100 euros today. So this is what I wanted to highlight in terms of transition strategy and our plan, Grow and Impact.
Mr. Mignon, what about Groupe BPCE? How are you executing on your transition strategy, and how are you working with your clients to make sure that you achieve the Paris Agreement goals?
Well, as we've seen today, the financial industry has a tremendous responsibility and a major role to play in the environmental transition. And that's the reason why, at Groupe BPCE, we decided that climate should be one of the 3 pillars of our strategic plan. Our strategic plan has 3 big pillars: conquest, growing, in fact, clients, client focus, and climate. So it is really at the heart of our strategic plan, which we call BPCE 2024. So for climate, we've got 2 priorities. The first priority is really to decarbonize what is the most important for us. Is our portfolio, is our scope 3. How much through our financing we are participating to decarbonizing the economy. So, we are one of the first banking group, I think, to define alignment targets at short, medium, and long term in order to reach a net zero trajectory. Like Saint-Gobain, we have developed a unique climate impact tool, which we call the Green Weighting Factor, which is used to monitor our corporate and investment banking portfolio, financing portfolio, and make sure that it is aligned and help us support the strategic dialogue we have with our clients. This methodology, by the way, is also an open source and fully accessible to anybody else. This green weighting factor methodology, which we launched in 2019, we are able to assess our current temperature, and today our portfolio is at 3.2 degrees, which means that if we weren't doing nothing, our current portfolio of financing will lead to 3.2 degrees increase in temperature by the end of this century. Our goal and our plan is to reach 2.5 in 2024, 2.2 in 2030, and obviously 1.5 degree in 2015. We have joined the Net Zero Banking Alliance in July 2021. And even though the targets are very ambitious, we're very confident because we have the tool to support our commitment. We've got plans, detailed plan, industry by industry, and we have the tool which allow us to go and measure. And anything that you can't measure is something you cannot do. So we do that very carefully. But this tool is not only an help for us in order to measure our portfolio, it's also a very powerful tool to discuss with our clients. First of all, we rely not only on the data that we get from our clients, for example, their carbon emissions, which we get from them, but we also have a very deep strategic dialogue with them, and that allows us to put more elements within our models and help us defining what is the color of the client. Our methodology classify client or project from 7 grades. It goes from dark brown to dark green, and goes from brown, light brown, white, light green, green, and dark green. According to our analysis, and thanks to this dialogue, Saint-Gobain has been rated light green by our green weighting factor, Benoit, which makes a lot of sense given your decarbonization strategy and your achievement in greening the building and construction industry so far. But so it's just to illustrate that it is really a work that we do client by client, or project by project. And doing so, this is available to our bankers so that in their day-to-day dialogue with their client, they know what they can do in order to improve, and the dialogue they can have with their client to improve this rating. This is the first priority, decarbonize our portfolio. The second priority is to support all our clients in their environmental transition. It's huge investment that is ahead of us in order to decarbonize the industry. And you know, when Saint-Gobain is developing new materials to make buildings more efficient, Groupe BPCE is advising a client on these matters through specific external partnership whenever necessary. We've got a partnership with a firm called Cosinergie, for example, that will help them taking the right materials and make sure that they can have the right diagnostic in order to have building construction renovation that are done the proper way in order to save carbon. But this is an illustration of what we can do. Globally, to support this transition, Groupe BPCE has a target of adding 21 billion over the period up to 2024 in the financing of building energy efficiency, in renewable energy and green mobility. And that are three key elements in order to achieve our targets. So as a matter of fact, just a couple of weeks ago, in order to show how important it is, not only getting away from emissive industry, but also to favor the fact to develop a green building, for example, we have been the first one to issue a major residential mortgage-based security, RMBS, which is specifically dedicated to finance low-consumption housing projects. This single issuance allows us to raise 1.5 billion, which will be redistributed to the financing through our Caisse d'Épargne and Banque Populaire networks in order to support those things. So this is illustration of what we do, but I think it's very important because we will gain that on a day-to-day basis by dialogue with our client and financing project on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, Laurent, for sharing your priorities. Sounds like you have a very clear roadmap and very precise targets. Now, Benoit, I'd like to have your view on this. The market is standing ahead of a progressive wave of new regulations aiming at supporting the sustainability transition. So how do you think it will impact private players? And do you believe it will contribute to accelerate their transition?
The answer is yes. And I would say it's striking how quickly the finance world is evolving in the recent years. ESG, is now one of the main topics that we addressed during roadshows with investors. It was not the case 3 or 5 years ago. And we are seeing, of course, a wave of new regulation, private initiatives, a lot of actions in Europe, but not only. I would say that on one side, it is very positive because it's a big push and it's very, very helpful. Obviously, finance investors, they have a very strong lever on the changes. I think what is very important is to make sure that all the time we stay connected to the reality. And what Groupe BPCE has been doing, and Laurent Mignon highlighted that very well, is that you need to be very pragmatic. Look at project by project, sector by sector, company by company. And I think it's very important to keep a down-to-earth approach. We are talking about a physical reality, decarbonize, CO2 tons. It's not, a theoretical finance world. It's down to reality of what we need to deliver for the planet. Let's take one example on that, the European taxonomy. In principle, it's a very good tool and a good idea. But in reality, it is very complex. If I take the Saint-Gobain portfolio, only a limited amount of Saint-Gobain is eligible today to the European taxonomy. Not because our activities are not sustainable, but it's because it's extremely difficult to have the right approach and to have the ability to analyze the complexity of the solutions that we are providing to the building sector. So over the last 12 months, we have done a deep work to assess the sustainable benefits of our solutions. We have worked with a third party. We have developed our own methodology that is made public to qualify, to quantify those benefits on a number of use cases. We describe use cases, market by market for Saint-Gobain. And we can say it could be, renovation of a single house in France. It could be a new office building in India, whatever. We are able to demonstrate on those use cases that 72% of our sales are sustainable today. And this is kind of internal taxonomy. We wanted to move ahead, move fast. I think is a good example that could inspire the finance committee and helps us in dialogue with the Groupe BPCE on very concrete, pragmatic actions to move forward.
Thank you very much, Benoit.
Thank you.
Now, Laurent, my last question is for you. I'd like to know your thoughts on climate risk considerations. Do you think they are becoming major factors for industrial players to access capital from the financial markets? And the second part of my question, at Groupe BPCE level, how do you structure capital? Do you structure capital differently due to climate risk considerations?
Well, the answer is shortly yes, but I will make it a little bit longer. Let me share with you a little bit the view of the financial ecosystem and explain probably after how French bank and in general and Groupe BPCE in particular act into this ecosystem. If you look to the ecosystem today, you've got three kinds. You've got the investors, you've got banks, and you've got the regulators. So if you look to investors, on all asset class and across now the whole world, and we talk to them on a daily basis, we interact with them on a daily basis. They are massively deploying their climate strategy. These strategies range from exclusion to thematic investment, but also include the default ESG, climate integration of all assets under management with a key focus on energy actors. What started a few years ago as a pioneering strategy from the first movers is gradually now becoming a must-have. Everybody is in line with it. Two banks, and especially I think European banks, are also moving fast with their own climate strategy to feed many dimensions: strategic sector positioning, product offering, balance sheet management, client strategic dialogue, client tiering, product tiering. And then you've got regulator, and they are also taking an active part in this journey by normalizing and monitoring the transition. On that matter, we appreciate the milestone set by the EU with a sustainable taxonomy, but at the same time, we encourage further development in designing, like Benoit mentioned, a taxonomy framework for transition activities that recognize the tremendous effort of companies such as Saint-Gobain. This is also important so that banks can continue financing their clients' transition without being penalized through their green asset ratio. We cannot go from one stage to the other. It will take some time, and it will be a long journey, and we need to be able to recognize the progress that has been done. As a matter of fact, I'm CEO of BPCE, but I'm also the president of the Climate Commission of the FBF. And I can testify that the French banks are at the forefront of this transformation. After their commitment in 2019 to exit from the coal industry, the 6 major French banks have decided to exit the non-conventional oil and gas industry. They will namely no longer finance projects in the shale oil and gas and tar sand industry. They won't either fund corporates that are active in these industries above 30% threshold, and they are continuing their work to see whether a definitive exclusion date can be forecast in the coming years. So this is concrete engagement that are being taken. At the same time, French banks are actively financing the transition. To give you just one figure, the renewable energy sector has increased globally by 39% between 2016 and 2020 in the financing portfolio of banks. In the same period, the sector has increased by 36%. But at the same period, banks have increased their financing in this sector by 69%, and now it's reached roughly 44 billion at the end of 2020. So, as you see, there's many things that have been done. We need to recognize transition as being a real move. This is not easy because defining the target is easy. The starting point is not that easy, but the transition and the path is probably the most difficult thing to be done, and we need to make sure that we can do that. So we need to work on that. At Groupe BPCE, we really want to leverage on a holistic approach to address this transformation within all our business, the CIB business, obviously, because probably it's where we finance 80% of the emission through our corporate and investment banking, but also through our asset management and our retail and insurance activities. It is our duty to make sure that we are one of the major part of this movement to decarbonizing our economy and industry and support our client transition and the huge investment that will be needed in order to do this transition.
Thank you, Laurent. Thank you, Benoît. There is definitely a lot more to say on this fascinating topic, but I hear it's time to conclude. So thank you very much for sharing with us today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for this dialogue. That brings us to the last chat, but not the least, between Philippe Heim, CEO of La Banque Postale, and Lucie Pinson, Managing Director of Reclaim Finance. Please come on stage. Just wait a minute. Il n'y a pas un banquier en train de boire du pétrole dans la salle qui serait complètement déprimé? Non.
So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having us. So it's very weird because I don't see you in this room. Very pleased to have this session with Lucie Pinson and to exchange today. And I take, let's say, the program of today's session. It's time for real action and real impact. And I'm very pleased to have this exchange with Lucie because it shows that we are capable of having this dialogue with NGOs. We can agree that sometimes we don't agree, but I think through the dialogue, we can find some common ground and we can grow awareness on our topics. So basically, and it will be my introduction, and it will be twofold. First one, we have hard facts, and those hard facts are calling for hard commitments. Hard facts is that we know through scientific analysis that there is something going on. We know through that IPCC that global warming is due to the human activity, for sure. So this is a hard fact. We know through the recent report of the International Energy Agency that we need to stop immediately new exploitation, new projects in oil and gas if we want to meet the target in 2050. So those are the hard facts. So what are we doing from that point, and what are the commitments we can take? So we at La Banque Postale, so yes, I did not introduce myself, I'm the CEO of La Banque Postale. We have decided to walk in a very specific direction. The first one was, let's say, to be clearly in the projection of our DNA, a bank responsible by design, a new institution. And the issue we faced with my team, it was 6 months ago, is that even though we are recognized in international extra-financial ratings as, let's say, recognized indeed, it's true that we are facing a halo, a confusion. There is a lot of commitments, there is a lot of referential, not mentioning taxonomy. So how to re-establish a clear path and how to, let's say, for the people, for our investors, for our clients, to set facts that are accepted and seen as objective. That's why we decided to work closely with the SBTi and to get our trajectory to be scientifically recognized. And we are very proud to be one of the very few and the first financial institution to have its trajectory recognized by the SBTi. Second commitment was the fact that we decided last week to stop any oil and gas activity by 2030. So it was a bold announcement, and maybe, let's be clear, I was challenged on, let's say, what is the impact of that. So let's have in mind that we, La Banque Postale, now we have a balance sheet of 800 billion euros. So we rank number 10 in Europe. And our residual exposure in oil and gas represents 3% our exposure at default. But this is the result of a policy over the last 10 years. The result of an ongoing discipline of my predecessor, of the team, and we have just decided to formalize this policy. And going forward, we will renounce to a business. But for us, it's not our announcement, because this is our core belief that we need to act. Second element, and I will preempt some questions. Let's be clear that this commitment is covering banking activities, and regarding asset management, LBP Asset Management is well known for its policy 100% SRI. Having said that, we have to address some specific and technical issues in our passive asset management, but this is very technical. Let's say the end game is that LBPAM is aligned with this also commitment to exit from oil and gas. Let's be also very clear, LBPAM also is known for its very demanding and active shareholder policy, and maybe with Lucy we can go back to this topic. This is important. To be active and demanding, it's, for example, to ask for in AGM a debate, elements to understand what is the trajectory. And if we don't get the elements, we are okay, and we are completely comfortable with that, to vote against a resolution. Then coming to CNP Assurance, as we are a large bank insurance group, the oil and gas policy of CNP is known and recognized by many NGOs as being also very demanding as well. And the point for us, bottom line, is to align the whole group La Banque Postale in its 800 million euros of balance sheet, fully compliant with this objective. So it was maybe a long introduction, Lucy, but I wanted to set the scene.
No, thank you, Philippe. I think on my side, it feels very, very, very good to finally hear financial institutions give meaning to carbon neutrality. Since this morning, we have heard about transition, we have heard about transformation, about the climate challenge, but no one until you has recalled the IEA conclusion about the key starting point to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. To stop the expansion of oil and gas. And in particular, we haven't heard much, or not at all, from the 20 French financial institutions that have committed to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 or have joined Net Zero Alliance. I didn't hear from AXA, which is the head of the Net Zero Insurance Alliance. I didn't hear neither from Amundi and Crédit Agricole or Société Générale or BNP or Natixis to say the key words that should always go hand in hand with net zero target to stop financing oil and gas expansions. And at La Banque Postale, you actually go further because you commit to fully exit from the oil and gas sectors. And you are saying, and you said it very clear, that it does come at a cost and that you will work on its implementation of this commitment to CNP, insurance, LBPAM. So sadly, it's quite a shame that some players prefer to mock you instead than to follow you. Of course, the day is not over. COP26 has not started yet, and I don't want to be too quick to judge, but we can clearly see that there is two teams in the Paris financial sector. On one end, you have La Banque Postale, Maïf, Ircantec, Crédit Mutuel, who have read the IEA report and are taking measures to act on it. On the other hand, we have the big financial players who took net zero commitments, but are still supporting oil and gas expansion. I will say it again, and again. You can't be at net zero and keep supporting the oil and gas expansion. It's completely incompatible. And let's be clear, the commitments that we heard from La FBF and from French banks are not stopping the oil and gas expansions. Why? Because by committing to reduce their exposure to the oil and gas industry, they are only committing to act on the loans, and they are completely ignoring the underwriting of shares and bonds, which represent like around half of the financial services to the fossil fuel industry. And secondly, by only taking this type of measures, they're not sending a signal to the oil and gas industry, and they don't give any guarantee about putting an end to their support to companies that still develop this type of new projects. And it's actually difficult to believe that in 2021, the French financial sector still have a lot of difficulties to actually speak about the elephant in the room, whether or not and how to support the big oil and gas majors. This is an unspoken issue, and that is a major flaw of the oil and gas policies right now. Yes, we must support the transition, but we shouldn't do it at any cost, and especially not at the cost of truth and science. Climate scientists have been very clear that not only we must stop expanding fossil fuel because there is no room in our carbon budget for new projects, but we must also decline the existing production of oil and gas. So when a company like Total is still planning a 35% of its gas production and is opening new oil and gas projects, no, we don't have a company which is in transition. We are a company which is sticking to business as usual. So at La Banque Postale, you are known for having played like a central role in the shareholder engagement that has been carried out over the past 2 years with Total, and Total is only one of the many examples that we could take. Can you tell us exactly, concretely, how do you articulate this engagement and exclusion measures? And maybe can you tell us a little bit more about how do you translate your overall commitment to achieve carbon neutrality with concrete measures? So how does it concretely looks like into practice?
Okay, maybe to respond directly to your question, and then I will step back a moment to what is, for me, very important. As an important asset manager, an active asset manager, as mentioned before, what is key is in this demanding dialogue with those companies is that we want to have a moment, a debate during AGM, so the capacity to organize a presentation of the strategy and to give elements to substantiate what is behind this trajectory. And our criteria are objective, describe to CFOs, head of HR, ESG team. So pretty clear and pretty consistent and predictable. And as mentioned before, if we don't find the elements, we walk the talk. So we were able to vote against a specific resolution. Then if I step back, let's see, what is important maybe to share is that at the end of the day, our core belief at La Banque Postale is that we think there will be no decarbonation without an active participation of the financial sector. Second belief, market participants must embrace this journey before being forced by regulators, and at the end of the day, I think before regulators, society. And then we have also to be aware that there is a growing, what we call eco-anxiety among young people, and everybody in this room having children, you see what I mean, concretely. So having those core beliefs in mind, what do we have decided practically in the business? What does it mean in practice? Responding to your questions. First of all, we have developed a wide range of green products for our clients, B2B, B2C, asset management, private banking. And maybe a specific word, I don't want to be too long, the B2B products, green bonds, green loans are well known, but I think more innovative is what we do in the field of retail banking. For example, positive impact consumer finance loans for car loans. This is something I think pretty smart to finance electric car with a discount on the loan, or to compensate the carbon footprint of a classical car. What is also pretty smart, I think, is a product we developed with the government to address low efficient, from an energy standpoint, houses, properties, to finance renovation. So it was a product we are currently launching. So bottom line, I want to be short, we have developed a wide range with a 360 view of products addressing the topic. And then, and without any doubt, being demanding, having this vision to be fully aligned with our shareholders, with our staff, with our teams, it's absolutely clear that we will continue to accompany our clients. So the key criteria is that if our clients are clearly committed to a scientific certified trajectory, of course we are there, we are ready to accompany those clients.
Thank you. And I think it's good to also remind that the cost of inaction is already visible, and it's better to take action now than to postpone action. And we have seen it this year. Climate change is accelerating. The impacts are getting worse and worse. And the IPCC made it very clear that there is a need for immediate and significant emissions reductions. And I think that, I mean, not I think, but science says that will only be possible if financial institutions stop making the situation worse. And I will repeat it again and again because I believe in repetition. Net zero means no longer supporting oil and gas expansion and the decline of the oil and gas production. And to do what French financial, most of them are doing right now, it's not going to help to only tackle some of the sectors. Arctic drilling, shale oil and gas, ultra deep water sometimes when we are lucky, tar sands. And to do it only at the margins is a world away of what is needed right now. So this morning, fortunately, that's the good news of the day, the SCPR and IMF, in an annual report assessing the commitments taken by French financial institutions on climate, made it clear that all fossil fuels need to be tackled, not only unconventional fossil fuels. And we can only deplore, and Bruno Le Maire didn't mention that during his speech. Paris loves to call itself the capital of green finance. But right now, Paris is burying its own commitment, be it on exiting from non-conventional fossil fuels or achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. One last one for the road, to be and to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 means stopping financing the expansion of the oil and gas sector.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both for this uncompromising discussion on the role of the financial sector. Thank you both. Next up, with carte blanche for another look on finance by Lorraine and Leah from Make Sense. Please come on stage.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, everyone. So I'll start by just one question. How many among you consider the future as frightening? You can raise hands. Okay. Last week, we asked the same question to a class full of 300 students from 19 years old, and almost all of them raised their hands. A recent study showed that among 10,000 youngsters from 16 to 25 years old from a variety of countries mentioned that they are, among them, 75% mentioned that they are scared about the future because of climate change. So what's more scary, actually? The consequences of climate change or a whole generation losing hope? I'm Lauren.
And I'm Leah. We're both leading the development of Make Sense ecosystem, and we're happy to be here to actually tell you about our 10 years experience about pushing for a new paradigm, a new finance to be called alternative to become mainstream. 10 years ago, we actually acknowledged that there were some individuals called social entrepreneurs that wanted to use the tools and the rules of the current and the standard economy to actually do some good, to solve social and environmental issues. So we decided to support them and to empower citizens, entrepreneurs, corporate, public institutions to collectively build an inclusive society together. And to do so, we actually developed 2 axes of work within 100 cities around the world, which is empower youngsters to take action and also support and fund entrepreneurs to build their solutions.
So to empower citizens, we have been training and engaging youngsters from all over the world thanks to community organizing techniques. So volunteers would meet in different cities of the world and would organize events to sensitize their peers to social or environmental issues or to help social entrepreneurs. They would adapt our methodologies to their local issue, the issues that mattered in that city or their countries. In March 2020, when COVID struck, we asked ourselves, how can we use our expertise on citizen engagement to face this crisis? And in 72 hours, we launched the Reaction Program, which is a citizen engagement program that allowed anyone to help the most vulnerable people, isolated seniors, homeless people, health workers, to face this crisis. First week, we were 45 people, and so we took feedbacks of those very first followers to improve the program. Second week, we were 90. Week after that, we were 150, and soon the snowball effect allowed us to reach 1,000 citizens a week getting engaged to help the most vulnerable. Among them, we had Vincent, who called dozens of isolated seniors a day to give them a little bit of joy in their day. We had Cathy, who collected hundreds of hygiene kits for homeless people, or Capucine, who collected also hundreds of masks for health workers. For all 3 of them, it was the very first time that I got engaged to help vulnerable people. Reaction was designed to help people get engaged during the COVID crisis. But after a few months, we decided to turn it into a citizen engagement program to keep on helping youngsters towards their very first step of engagement. We created in January our climate program to face another kind of crisis that has been going on for quite some time now. Oops, sorry. And since then, it's more than 15,000 people that got engaged thanks to Reaction. And we did that with the help of a lot of other NGOs partners, like La Cloche or like Le Petit Frères des Pauvres, who are helping us in the way. And so those 15,000 people, they joined to understand how they can help the most vulnerable, but also how they can align their behavior with the emergency of the situation. And that means changing the way they eat, the way they buy, where they put the money in the bank, or how much energy they consume. And with the program, they understand the issues around one thematic, but also they take a conscience about their ability to help. They also learn that action brings optimism and allows us to get re-enchanted in the future. And they also understand the power of individual action, because if one action is done simultaneously by dozens and dozens of thousands of citizens, it has the power to change society. We're doing one edition special to the COP26 next month, so join us if you can.
And towards actually citizen engagement, we also committed to support social entrepreneurs and their initiative. That's why 7 years ago, we started one of the first impact-oriented incubator in France that spread out in Mexico, Philippines, and West Africa to support the new generation of entrepreneurs that wanted to change the society. We support as well NGOs as La Cloche, reinventing the link between citizens and homeless people, as well as companies quite like growing startups like Too Good To Go, fighting against waste management and going today into the US and Canada to spread their solution. 2 years ago, we wanted to go further, and we launched also the first pre-seed impact investment fund in France to support the companies that change the world from the very beginning, when they're more fragile. Because a lot of funds want to support this economy, but they're lacking the deal flow. So we wanted to put our energy into the first steps. And we're now keeping and continuously funding a new generation entrepreneur, soon to be announced a new fund. So far we've been supported 8,000 entrepreneurs. We've been supported 200,000 citizens. We committed more than 250 partners. We're proud of it, but we think it's really not enough. We think we really need the help and the commitment of all and every actors to really make a change. And we really believe that now finance has actually a choice to make. To stay into the status quo, to do some changes on the age, but we don't think it will actually change the youngsters' situation and the way they actually see the world, and they're going into fighting, as you saw this morning. Or you can actually take the pledge to really do some ambition change. We feel that each and every fund should align its commitment and its investment into society that's aligned with a 2-degree scenario. And not within 15 years or 20 years, but within 2 or 3 years maximum, because there is an urgency. An emergency that we cannot wait 20 years to really solve. So we would like to invite every workers in finance that really want to go into this ambitious plan and to say being ambitious is not only to raise billions of funds, but it's really to commit to the planet and to the society to join us in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maxence, for this inspiring speech. I'm sure our next speaker can give you some reason for hope in the financial sector. I call on stage and welcome Mr. François Villeroy de Galhau, Governor of Banque de France.
Bonsoir, all of you. It's always a pleasure. It's the 5th time for me, I guess, cher Thierry. It's always a pleasure to attend this landmark event for sustainable finance. But on the eve of COP26 opening, climate emergency is such that I owe you more than another speech. I see it as my duty this evening to report both the great progress we have made in this area and to set out the enormous challenges that lie ahead. So I use our meeting tonight to tell you precisely, in very concrete and practical terms, what we have achieved since the last Climate Finance Day in October 2020. And second, what we have to further achieve in the coming year, notably on a better understanding of the macroeconomic effects of climate change. Let me start with what we already did. I am proud to stress that the Banque de France, and more generally central banks, have never been more committed. And I think you have little doubt on that. Addressing climate change is part of our missions, both as supervisors, this is the vertical axis, and central bank. We are acting in the very name of our mandates. And this is my first powerful message, because some are criticizing mission creep or politicization. I am convinced we act in the name of our mandates. Our actions revolve along two axes, and let me start with the vertical axis, as supervisors. And again, be very practical. What are the deliverables we achieved? We have made significant progress to identify and help contain climate-related risks borne by financial institutions. The ACPR took a decisive step forward with the first climate-related stress tests, whose results were published, you probably remember, last May. A large number of major banks and insurance companies took part on a voluntary basis. The two key takeaways from this pilot exercise are, first, that financial risks are better contained in the context of an early and orderly transition to a greener economy. And second, that all main supervisors should now follow suit, as for instance the ECB and the Bank of England will next spring. When it comes to climate stress test, learning by doing is much better than waiting for the perfect solution before taking any action. And this is probably a more general lesson than only stress test. I now come to the voluntary disclosure of risk. As you are aware, stress test is forward-looking. It's about the video of risk. Disclosure is a snapshot of existing risks. The TCFD increased its footprint. It now has more than 2,600 supporters worldwide, a number that has more than doubled since last year. But the European Union does more. It's about to make a significant step forward, as it will implement not only voluntary but mandatory disclosure for corporates through a new standard developed by the EFRAG with the so-called Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, which should hopefully be adopted by mid-2022. Allow me here one word in French.
Some might was judged with passion that Europe and France never do enough of it. So yes, we need to do more. I'll come back to that. But let it be no doubt on our personal engagement and that of the Banque de France. But beyond the words, let's opt for the reality of actions, and let's not discourage those who act the most and absolve those who slow down the most.
I very much hope we will soon have this mandatory disclosure everywhere. I welcome here the US endeavor under the sponsorship of the SEC. Consequently, we need not only mandatory, but internationally harmonized disclosure frameworks, at least a basic common ground on which jurisdictions can further elaborate. To this end, interoperability of standards will be key, and the coordination between the European EFRAG and the IFRS Foundation should be the cornerstone of a successful globalization of non-financial reporting standards. Let me now turn to the lower part of the axis, opportunities. The market momentum has been impressive this year again. More than $500 billion of green bonds will be issued, which is an all-time high, with record debut for the 12 billion euro next generation EU green bonds. Inflows into sustainable funds represented more than $262 billion in the first half of this year, close to half of the overall inflows over the same period. And trust us, it was mentioned, the ACPR and the IMF to check the commitments by banks and insurance and avoid any greenwashing. On the horizontal axis, which brings together our missions as a central bank, and I think it's important to clarify a bit because you could say you are doing too much, we don't understand, it's a bit confused. No, it is not, according to this graph. We collectively achieved a major breakthrough last July with the conclusion of the ECB monetary policy strategic review, and let me pay tribute for that to Christine Lagarde's leadership. The Banque de France, as you are probably aware, contributed decisively. The ECB is pioneer, and we can be proud about that, in having decided an ambitious action plan by 2024, including the three following steps. First, make economic projections and therefore model the economic effects of climate. This dimension of economic research is often overlooked, and I will come back to it. Second, disclose. Impose transparency requirements, including on counterparties. And third, which is very significant, incorporate climate risk into our operations on corporates, on both asset purchases and collateral policies. To give an example, as regards asset purchases, the CSPP, our corporate purchase program, should take into account climate-related factors, including the alignment of issuers with the Paris Agreement. Moreover, and this will be the last part of my slide, regarding euro-denominated non-monetary portfolios, Eurosystem Central Bank's committed last February to implement sustainable and responsible investment strategies and to report the first results by the end of next year. Banque de France policy has been exemplary since 2018 regarding the management of its own fund. I'm happy to tell you this evening that our alignment on a 2-degree objective is already effective. But we won't stop there. We started to exit from non-conventional oil and gas earlier this year. We announced that we are exiting totally from coal by N24, and we now commit to work toward aligning our own portfolios, not only with a 2 degrees objective, but with a 1.5 degree objective. To conclude on this past year, one additional word about the international context. Here again, we saw a major improvement with the new American involvement. Climate-related issues are now firmly on the agenda of the G20, the G7, the FSB, and believe me, we have spent hours discussing these, and in all other standard-setting bodies. Our NGFS, you probably remember this acronym, Network for Greening the Financial System, created in Paris, yes, in Paris, in December 2017, is a unique knowledge hub. We started at 8. We now have 95 members, including, yes, the US Fed since last December. And this number will still grow in coming weeks. The Banque de France provides in Paris its global secretariat with 15 staff, and we created last April our Climate Change Center shared by Nathalie Auffauvre. We are indeed making good progress across the board, but each year that passes without sufficient emission reductions makes the issue more severe and the solutions more radical. To grapple with this dynamic situation, it is imperative that we are able to better understand and forecast the macroeconomic impacts of climate developments. And this brings me to my second part, looking to the next year. It starts with one aspect of the ECB's action plan launched in its strategy review and which may have received too little attention The first one I mentioned earlier, macroeconomic modeling and scenario analysis. The challenge is huge as we face a triple source of uncertainty. First, how climate change will materialize. Second, what the transition could look like. And third, how this will translate to the macroeconomy. The NGFS, this has been probably less noticed, has produced detailed macro-financial scenarios and the corresponding data that provide the most comprehensive framework to date for financial risk assessment. The central banking community, with a strong involvement of Bank of England and Banque de France, among others, has collaborated with first-tier research institutes in climate science and economic modeling. This is a huge step forward. But our objective is more ambitious. It's now to propose a common set, I stress the qualificative common, a common set of plausible and differentiated futures built with the best available science and anchored in the last available IPCC results. Each jurisdiction's or region, and we see it with the spread of stress tests, which is good news. Each jurisdiction or region will use these scenarios as they want for their own stress tests and economic simulations. But there is no reasons to base this stress test on alternative set of scenarios. The purpose of the NGFS is very simple, but completely key in this regard: to prepare and publish these common macro financial climate scenarios, just as, and the parallel is enlightening, just as the IPCC does for physical scenarios. Having this common language instead of numerous local ones will make our international discussion much easier. And to this end, we are considering several significant steps forward. By next summer, the NGFS scenarios will not only be updated with the latest figures, but also upgraded to align with a new set of comprehensive scenarios to be released in March by the IPCC. They will incorporate the more extreme ones. The NGFS should also work on understanding the impact of climate-related risks on various prices and ultimately on overall inflation. One commitment more, scanning the horizon, we can already see that climate change is accelerating and that some regions are likely to be affected sooner and on a larger scale. In addition, transition effects might be more front-loaded as they are, increasingly anticipated by markets, producers and consumers. This acceleration of transition is good news, but consequently, the forthcoming NGFS work should also focus on shorter-term horizon. Let me be very concrete here, 2030 and not only 2050. As the transition to a low-carbon economy may be less linear than anticipated, with tipping points accelerating the transition in a disorderly way. This is the way we will contribute decisively to a common language to develop stress tests and economic simulations around the globe. And this is a very practical and powerful tool for action everywhere. We generally need to better understand the long-term trade-off in terms of GDP between transition and physical risks and the cost of delayed action. This is my last chart. It breaks down the GDP losses under 3 scenarios into the cost of transition, in yellow, and physical damages, in blue. Under the Paris Agreement scenario, GDP would be 5% lower in 2060 and around 7% lower in 2100. And most of the reduction can be attributed to transition policies. Under the 2 on the right, too little, too late scenarios, the transition costs are limited. But by the end of the century, the impact of physical risk, again in blue, becomes much larger, leading to overall losses that could range between at least 10 and 20% of world GDP level. This is more than the COVID shock last year. And this is lasting. From an economic and rational standpoint, the prescription is consequently clear-cut. An orderly transition. And this orderly transition would require what I would call a public forward-looking guidance. You know that we as central bankers and monetary policy makers are familiar with this idea of forward guidance. It would send long-term signals and anchoring credible but ambitious commitments. This climate forward guidance should include an appropriate pricing of carbon. Yes, let us be clear. If there is not an appropriate pricing of carbon, we will not succeed internationally in the transition. And as long as we don't have such global pricing, a carbon border adjustment mechanism, this almost famous CBAM, as recently put forth by the EU in order to prevent carbon leakage. We all know, having said that, how politically sensitive these issues are, domestically as well as internationally. But the political scene on climate has already been changing dramatically, and it will continue to change, hopefully for the better. Let me conclude. Looking back at how far we have come in developing green finance over the last 6 years, since Paris, one may wonder, is it useful? Is it useful? Certainly yes. Is it enough? Certainly not. Let me remind everyone of one simple and dreadful number. According to the IPCC, we have less than 6 years of greenhouse gases budget left if we want to have more than 80% chance to stay below 1.5 degrees. Let us not fool ourselves. We have been making very significant progress to make sure that the financial system is fit to the challenge of the transition. But there is still much more work on our side, starting with mandatory and harmonized disclosures, I stressed it, and a close monitoring of transition paths. But still more fundamentally and importantly, what we are doing in the financial system only makes sense if this is part of a wider collective endeavor. Finance, and still more central banks, cannot be the only green game in town, and I stressed strongly the importance of carbon pricing. A few days ago of Glasgow, it's probably the right time to listen again to the Pink Floyd, which is not a usual quotation by a central banker. But you all know the dark side of the moon. Let me remind you of some of the words. And then one day, I will not sing it. Then one day you find 10 years have got behind you. No one told you when to run. You missed the starting gun. It is not too late yet, but let us hear the starting guns. Merci beaucoup de votre attention.
Thank you, Governor, for your engagement, and we are proud to have a green central bank and soon a green monetary policy. We hope so. We switch now to French. J'ai le plaisir d'accueillir.
It is my pleasure to welcome Anne Hidalgo, the Mayor of Paris, who is going to make a conclusive speech. Thank you, Mr. the Governor of the Bank of France, François Villeroy-Gadot. I would have loved to hear you sing, but maybe it will be later. I'd like to greet you all and tell you that I would like to thank you to have invited me, just like every year, at the closing of this very important event that is Finance for Tomorrow. And I would like to greet the great involvement, your great involvement in this fair cause of ecological transition of finance, and thank you to hold that meeting point of the year every year. You said, and again I heard you an instant ago, we need to be all mobilized with finance as the emergency is greater every day. And we've seen 2021 was stricken by incredible climate phenomena that made a lot of damages, killed people, and weakened our economies and democracies. We know that everything is related. And today, with this reminder, the 6th report of the IESG, we've all understood that we've got to reduce our greenhouse effect gas emissions in a quick manner. And the day of the when we dig our ecological debt comes earlier and earlier, and we are aware that beyond our respective role as a citizen, player of the economic or financial world or political world, that we can't let our children inherit from a world that wouldn't be livable. Today it is clear that nobody wonders why we should have that transition anymore. The question is how. And fortunately, climate skeptic people have lost ground. This great country that is the United States of America has come back in this set of countries that agreed in Paris some years ago to sign a historical agreement that sets a framework and an objective. We've got to speed up to accelerate the exit from that heavy carbon economy. And finance is essential because finance directs the economy from investments made, the choices made, directs this possibility that is ours to meet the objectives. And we know there are scenarios, they are complex. We are not there yet in terms of containing the evolution of climate, but we also know the scenarios that exist will allow us to meet those targets if we are very willing to do so. What you are supporting in finance, that's this disintoxication from all heavy carbon-based investments, and to put ourselves at the service of a decarbonized economy, and also an economy of usefulness, an economy of life, as Jacques Attali would say. We know this path is difficult to take, and we need a clear strategy. We need to put together all of the decision makers, public and private, to build this economy that will also be rehumanized, decarbonized, and at the service of citizens. There are steps taken in collective awareness, and it's fortunate that we can acknowledge them, and we've got to have that optimistic vision of what is taking place, and especially following the Paris Agreement. I think that this stage that we've seen some days ago with the 6 French banks that have taken a joint commitment against shale gas and oil in general is an important commitment that is a signal that has got to be amplified. But as soon as January, the fact that they will not finance anymore companies that have got a part of the activity that is 30% or more in oil and gas is already a good step. It's not enough. We've got to go further, but I'd like to mention it because those announcements, even though other banks have made even more ambitious announcements, are a signal of optimism. The fact that people are more and more aware of what is going on. We've got to continue. There are also plenty of activities of distribution, marketing, trading activities and projects of infrastructure related to transport of hydrocarbons that are projects of exploration and production located in the Arctic that have been ignored, but regarding which we've got to get involved because they are not small things. There are projects that can have a devastating effect on what we are doing together at the scale of the planet. And here in France, with this responsibility, particular responsibility that is ours because we are the country where the Paris Agreement on climate was entered into. Positive signals that I want to acknowledge is that investors exclude more and more to invest in companies related to fossil energies. It is a logic that is necessary. We can see for the credibility of investors, and it's a good thing. And a lot of these big companies related to fossil energies we see that it is difficult for them to recruit young graduates, young creative people, because they want to work in companies that not only propose a work that makes sense today, that's to save the planet, to make sure that we are not on the path, on a crazy path with fossil energies. So we can see that the credibility of these companies and also their capacity to project themselves with the possibility of recruiting people is related to the way they manage this issue of fossil energies and exiting them. The methodology used by the Bank of France, and I'd like to thank you for your efforts, is very important. What you have determined as a reference index, Paris aligned benchmark, is something that is very important because we need to have indicators and we need to be able to show how much those indicators put us on the right tracks. I'm convinced, just like Nicolas Hulot was saying the other time, that what we are expecting, that we can expect, is a planning of this ecological transition. We've got to plan things ahead, one year after the other, to set goals, to be able to check that we are going towards reaching them and accompany, support the sectors towards that decarbonized economy. We will have to also support the workers of those sectors because, there again, in the consensus that we've got to create in the ecological transition, we know that we will not manage if there are people left aside. The people who today work in those carbon-based sectors. And also the people I'm thinking of, popular categories of the population that do not access today the possibility of buying products of the decarbonized economy. I'm thinking of everything that is undertaken in mobility, in the automotive sector. The big manufacturers in France, just like anywhere in the world, have understood that it was necessary to get out of the manufacturing of petrol-based vehicles, and big cities have got a role to play in the acceleration of the agenda of the manufacturers, because when I chaired the C40 some years ago with my colleagues of the 100 biggest metropolitan areas in the world, we've decided to exit diesel, and we had meetings with French and international car manufacturers then to tell them it's a win-win situation. You will not be able to get into our cities as from 2025 or 30 if you continue producing diesel cars. And we all know that big cities represent a huge market for mobility and car manufacturers, and they heard what our determination. It is something we convey to regulating bodies. We won a case with Brussels and Madrid at the European Court of Justice to accelerate. That allowed us to accelerate the setting up of standards to allow for the exit from diesel after the diesel gate. So we can see that there's more and more awareness of the situation. Industrialists that have committed to make other kinds of production, but for electrical car production, for example, just like electrical cars are still expensive, we've got to accompany to support consumers so that they can buy them, especially for those who can't go without an individual car. I think that between the collective authorities, the local authorities, the state, the banking system, we can all together make proposals to accelerate the solution so that the price of an electrical car be for certain categories of the population equivalent to the one of thermal vehicle. It is very important. Just like, for example, if I stay in this matter of mobility, it will be very important that governments understand that to develop, for example, this type of electrical business, I think that for France it can be a very important industrial issue. I'm sorry, well, this is an international meeting, but we can have a leadership position if we also create the conditions for the installation of electrical infrastructures in the country. So we can see that around this decarbonized economy, there's a work that's got to be done in a planned way, sector by sector. And there are also fields for every one of the countries to create value and to improve the living conditions, material conditions of those who are involved as workers, as employees or consumers in this new decarbonized economy. So the financial tools, and especially green finance, are important, and we welcome them. Paris, my city, and I'm very proud I sit here. We are going to receive in Glasgow prize of the UN as in the climate leaders category to agree to our climate plan and our commitment in terms of ecological transition. We have in Paris, just like in many other big cities, we have committed to goals using green finance tools like green budgeting that takes into account the impact of our own actions on the environment. That's very important because everything's got to be measured if we want to be credible vis-a-vis our citizens, but also vis-a-vis economic decision makers. We've got to measure everything. We also use sustainable bonds. We also created a Green Paris Fund with 200 million euros of investments today to finance innovative SMEs aiming at reaching our climate plan objectives. And we also have a carbon cooperative. And the round, well, the table is not closed, so you can join us. And this morning, I was with the mayor of Le Havre, who used to be the Prime Minister of France, Edouard Philippe, and the mayor of Rouen. And we are working on a very large territory along the Seine River. And we've decided to commit together to creating a tool, mixed economy company where we're going to work with private investors to invest in this axis that represent 14 million inhabitants on the production of renewable energy, and that company will be created in 2022. So we can see from local to global, public players, private players, sectors involved in the ecological transition because they are constrained to do so, and others that are already in new solutions. All of these players, we are committed, and we've got together to plan that commitment to go faster and further, because we know time is of the essence. All the scenarios presented show that obviously there's the one of inaction that would, drive us into the wall and lead us to leave an incredible debt to our children. It wouldn't even be livable. It's not even a matter of being sustainable. We are all adults that are aware of our responsibilities today for the future, and I would like to say that here in Paris, but also in the international work we do, including in Europe, I know that there are all of the levers for this acceleration. The Glasgow COP26 will be an important time. I hope we will succeed in multilateralism with cities, states, involving economic players and civil society. This is what we started doing at the COP of Paris, because we put a foot in the door, and we could not be part of the negotiating table. We're not there yet, but we could influence the results of that COP21 and of that Paris Agreement, showing that nobody would manage by themselves. And I think that today, having spoken about it with the Secretary General of the UN, today states have got to be aware that by themselves they will not manage. It's not possible. And cooperation strategies, they've got to conduct them internationally, but also in every state, involving all of the players, local authorities, all players, cities, big or smaller, regions, all players. They've got to be involved if we want to succeed in this transition. And there's no other choice than to succeed. So thank you for the commitments taken. Thank you for your determination. I want to tell you that we know that today there's finance that is responsible and green, and that there's more and more awareness growing. And that thank you is now our last word, because we'll have every one of us to show proof of our will to move forward and to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Hidalgo, for these closing remarks. As we reach the end of this event, I ask on stage Thierry Déaut. Thierry, what are your impressions at the end of this day?
So, a great day, despite a very eventful morning. So we had a chance to have different point of views being shared with us in different ways. Quite innovative ways, but I think that didn't really kill the debate. In a way, it gave us food for thought to really understand the urgency, the anger that can come from the young people, as we've seen with Make Sense, the anxiety that is raising up. So it's time for real impact. That was the theme of today, and I'll see you in Glasgow. Thank you.
Thank you, Thierry. I would like to thank the organizers of Paris Climate Finance Day, all our speakers, participants on site on our virtual audience. Finance for Tomorrow will be pleased to see you at the COP26 in Glasgow, as Thierry said. I would like to conclude by relaying a quote, and I challenge you to find its author. Finance is a gun, politics is knowing when to pull the trigger. So if you know who say that, you will win a little book, a green book about green finance. You can ask me in the Nef, because we are pleased to to enjoy a cocktail in the Nef. And for the virtual audience, we hope you enjoy your evening. Thank you for your participation, and see you next year.